Check, check. Checking levels.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's I don't know if I can get to all of them, but basically just sort of
Oh, good. Yeah, yeah.
so yeah, cross field, yeah, similarity differences, science practice bridging, oversight and funding,
Mm.
who's missing,
Mm. That's a good one.
generalization. So are we
Yeah.
kind of external validity question?
All right, what are some big risks? All right, what are some big
Check. 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 Check, check.
All right, what are
We'll go ahead and get started. Sorry for the delay there. We welcome back. Welcome to day 2. Saw most of you at the 408. Hope that was an enjoyable experience for everyone. Maybe got an experience with the Minneapolis nightlife. Anybody go to Dueling Piano Bar? It was real close by. Anybody? No? All right. I need to mute that. So welcome back. In our second day of this workshop, this is a very stupid joke. Do you know the difference between a workshop and a conference? NSF funds workshops. So the real reason is workshops are, of course, much more focused, much more tightly defined than the average conference tends to be. We are all here with a specific interest that we all share. I hope that despite the disciplinary differences and the perspective differences that we saw yesterday, that you found something to take away from each of those sets of presentations. I know even for myself, I learned a great deal. I found out things about other fields that I did not know. And on reflection, even I already have a couple of ideas I kind of want to run with in my own research. And I hope that you have been thinking about that as well, where this can go, where you can integrate. We're actually going to have a more formal experience doing that a little bit later today. In general, today is going to be quite differently shaped. We're going to start off with our opening keynote for the day. We're going to, after a break, have our graduate student symposium, and that's across many different lines. You will find that they're a highly integrated bunch. Then in the afternoon, we'll have what is ominously titled a research and planning discussion. Priorities discussion, and that will be sort of an open group discussion. We'll go back and forth on the variety of discussion questions between small groups, table groups, versus the big group in general. A lot of really interesting talking points that we'll work through as a group, including things like disciplinary barriers, publication and presentation priorities, ways that we could and should work together, areas where we shouldn't, etc. We'll work through all of that. And then we will have our closing keynote to wrap up the day. So very excited about all of that. This is a couple of announcements, actually one real announcement. 5 p.m. is the official end today. You'll also be perhaps not so happy to know that the Minneapolis-St. Paul Airport has just undergone a major restructuring, and they are now recommending 2 hours early for domestic and up to 4 hours early for international. So if you have a flight to catch, just keep that in mind. I think I will actually just cut off there, and we will move to. I'll have other notes later. Oh, there was one other announcement. So a couple people have asked about slides. I neglected to get permission from all the presenters to share slides, so that's why you don't have them yet. But I will be sending out that email probably later today. And as soon as I get all the various permissions, then all the slides from all the presentations where I have permission to share them will be available on the website. You also, when you signed up, you either agreed or did not agree to have your name listed in a directory with everybody that's attended. So that will be distributed at the same time. So that will hopefully all be done within the next week, hopefully Monday or Tuesday if we can get our acts together. So that is the plan. Right now, though, we are having our opening keynote. Dr. Sidney DeMello, who is a PhD in computer science, currently an associate professor at the Institute of Cognitive Science, University of Colorado Boulder, where he researches affective and attentional computing, multimodal interaction, and discourse processing, and intelligent learning environments. His team conducts basic research on affective and cognitive states, such as confusion, boredom, mind wandering, across a wide range of interaction contexts, develops real-time computational models of these states, and integrates the models in affect and attention-aware technologies. Has just heaps of experience and expertise in the area of advanced analytics and assessment in the kind of digital domain, and I think everybody here is gonna learn a lot right now. I'm really excited. Please join me in welcoming Sidney DeMello.
So I have like 10 minutes extra, which is awesome. Thanks, Richard and Sebastian, for having this great event. I have a question. I have videos and such. Okay, great. Cool. So I want to talk to you a little bit today about what I want to call different types of assessments. And let me just start by making some claims. So I think we'll all agree that traditional methods of assessment has really served us well. These are classical test theory, evidence-centered design, and things like that. They're really good for assessing what I would like to call well-defined types of problems, well-defined domains. Do you know enough on a physics test? And such. But actually, if you try to think about ill-defined constructs, which are increasingly important in this day and workforce, are you a good regulator of emotions? What are the emotions you're feeling? Can you sustain attention? There's actually a little bit more work to be done, and I want to offer an alternative to standard test theory. So I want to talk to you about when machine-learned computational models are essential, and again, it's a context thing, right? I'm not saying they're good for every context. When actually constructs are really ill-defined, like emotion, when you get into arguments about traditional psychometricians, about reliability, when you argue that a kappa of 0.4 is all you're going to get, that's when you have to actually think about what are the challenges, how do we deal with this type of phenomena? There's no actual theoretical account. Nobody knows how emotion is communicated through speech. 40 years later, we don't know. We know one thing. We know that raised pitch and energy correlate with arousal. That's all we know. 40 years. Nobody knows anything else. Does that mean emotion is not communicated to speech? No, it means you have to discover how the glottal patterns transform your sound. That requires a computational model. When the underlying models and mechanisms of what we call multi-level circular causality, what this means is low-level phenomena interact, they cause high-level changes, which then sustain and change low-level phenomena. You have circular logic. There is no box diagram that says this causes that. We'd love that. It doesn't exist. When this happens, you've got to figure something out from the scraps. And actually, this is a very common of all the phenomena. Why can't we predict weather? Well, we can't predict weather because it is a complex self-organizing system. So by the laws of that system, you cannot predict it in the long term. It will never happen. There's never going to be a machine learning system that will do it. It's the system. Why can't you predict an earthquake? For the exact same reason. You can predict it in the short term. You just can't in the long term because there's what we call extreme sensitivity to initial conditions. So what's happening right now, you can make some short-term predictions, 10 days out, no clue. In these phenomena, how do we assess them? And I think these models can actually give you some insights. So the other thing about having a model is now you have something. You can do stuff with it. So you can actually do intervention. You can actually do after-action reviews and reflection. And really the art really lies in how you construct them and evaluate them. And finally, in setting realistic assumptions, when you're dealing with a mess, how do you handle a mess? And you have to be realistic in what you can accomplish. So what I'd like to do today is actually talk to you about this in 3 kinds of illustrative studies. One on looking at the eye-mind link during reading. I know we're talking about games here, and I'm talking about reading. And I have to say, after I was researching games and intelligent tutoring systems, and then I started doing some work in reading. Boy, reading is fascinating. It's you would not. It's hard to believe, but reading is the most fascinating thing because the things that occur in that text and the interaction of a person and the text is just pure magic. Second, I'll talk a little bit about using video to model affect and attention. And this is when I want to get into some of the thorny issues of reliability. And lastly, I'll talk about using speech and language. So eye tracking, video, and speech and language to figure some things out about collaboration and about discourse. All right? So let me just start by talking about what do I mean by these models and why is this such a complicated problem. So here's sort of a conceptual model to get us started. So what we note is that this is a model of sensing affect, but you can sense anything. So one of the first things to realize is that affect actually operates in these 5 kind of dimensions that I'm talking about here. You have this neurobiological signal, you have physiological responses, you have bodily expressions, you have action tendencies where you act, and then sitting on top of that is these things occurring at this cognitive, metacognitive, and phenomenological level. I feel this emotion, right? Many affective states never make it there. They're just right there. In one of my favorite studies, they would take fear-phobic people, show them images of snakes. I'm a snake phobic, but backward mask them. So you see an image of a snake for 30 seconds, and it's masked. So you've started the visual processing, but nobody can report what they saw. Immediately, your physiological system is going crazy, because that's the whole point of affect, right? To react fast. So when you want to sense affect in a context like this, you face a couple of problems. It's not definable, and it's existing in some combination of these different systems. Occasionally, you're driving your car, and a truck hits you, and you have a real panic and fear, and they come together. That's a prototypical experience. 99% of your experiences are not that, right? So if you're making an assessment for affect, you'll induce the prototypical experience, and you can measure it pretty reliably, but that's the exception, not the rule. So one of the things that comes up here is, how do you define an emotion? And again, you can legitimately look at the psych literature and complain and say, okay, I think I know what a memory is. Do we really have to get into this definitional fight? I think I know what mind wandering is. Do we really have to get in this definitional fight? But when it comes to emotion, you kind of actually do. And 150 years later, there's still papers that say, what is an emotion? So when this occurs, you have this very loosely coupled system. How do you measure it? Another challenge is it's very modulated. So there's individual differences in culture, and there's really environmental factors. If I'm in the room with my boss around, my smirk will actually convey a lot more meaning than if I'm by myself, and things like that. So there's a lot of context and culture. So the typical way you measure these systems is what you do. You collect some data where people are experiencing emotions, and then you have to get ground truth. So how do you do it in the case of emotion? Well, you can ask the person themselves. That can give you one signal. But remember, 40 years of psychotherapy have taught us people do not know their own emotions very well, or they won't report their own emotions. So there's a little noise there. You can ask people to observe them. Then you get something, but it's somebody's interpretation. Or you can do the most standard assessment thing, which is induce an emotion and then look at the correlates. Regardless, you get some sense of truth, and then you'd want to build your machine learning model that will look at some signals, look at the truth, and try to reproduce that representation. That's the model, right? So you're looking at, you're getting data on what these signals are, you're getting somebody to label them, and you build your model, and now you have a model. You can do something with it. How good it is depends on what your signals are and what your truth is, okay? So and then again, the whole phenomena is based on some assumptions you've made along the way. Yet, I want to just argue that even in a complex system like these, your assumptions, and you can do some good things. So let me start by talking about the I-mind link during reading. This is a project with a lot of people over many years. And let me just start by actually showing you a video of what you might experience in a typical reading study. So here's a participant in a reading study in a lab, kind of reading intently. So a little later on, oops, sorry. Can you tell the difference? I don't know. And this is actually during, we were testing motivational interventions during reading. I'm not even joking. Yeah. So what happens when you read is your attention lapses. You mind wander, right? And we have pretty reliable evidence that this occurs about 30% of the time during reading. And during watching a video lecture, it's about 40–45% of the time. So it's really clear. We have a pretty good idea of why it arises. The question is, can we measure it, right? So the first type of model we did tried to measure mind wandering during reading. And just to go through the thing I just mentioned before, you collect some data. So we had 50 people who were reading this book. It's the second best, most boring book on the internet. It's called Soap Bubbles and the Forces That Mold Them. It's about surface tension and liquids. I actually think if you get into it, it's pretty cool. He does all these experiments. It's actually really cool. And so they read this book for 132 people, read like 57 pages of this book. As they're reading, they tell us when they're mind wandering. We call this self-caught mind wandering. There's another type called probe-caught. You give them thought probes and they respond. That's the ground truth. Now one can argue, is this a valid measure of mind wandering? Actually, it kind of is, because mind wandering is inherently a conscious phenomenon. It's consciousness. You're consciously thinking about something, right? So in that case, it's a decent measure. We collected eye movements as they're reading. And here's a few things to do with eye movements, but the most important thing is there's literally two things that matter. One is how many fixations are you making, and how long are your fixations. So eye movements are fixations, and you saccade, you move, right? Those are the only two things. And then we trained some machine learning models. And one important point I want to make is in this data, about almost more than half the data was unusable. Eye movements were unusable. Yet there's a signal in there. Why are your eye movements unusable during mind wandering? Let's see. Your eyes are shut. You're looking down. You're looking up. You're sleeping. So we could figure out, actually using that information instead of throwing it away, to figure out, I don't have any eye movement data, but I know you only read for like 2 seconds. Probabilistically, what can I make a prediction on your mind wandering? This is what we get. Actually, the computers here are pretty good. So this is at the participant level, a computer model reproducing mind wandering compared to the human. And you can see the distributions overlap reasonably well. They correlate at about 0.4, which is in this world is actually really good. So anything above 0.2, we're very happy. They actually correlate, and this is important, to get an external source. They correlate with post-test scores, so there's a reading comprehension test, more than the self-reports. And I think there's two things happening here. One is the eye movements are picking up things other than mind wandering. But second, a lot of times people don't know when they're mind wandering. One of my favorite studies, they had people do word-by-word reading, and then the words were turned into gibberish, like just gibberish. And it took them 17 words to detect that they were reading gibberish when they were mind wandering. Because that's the core point, right? Your eyes are moving, but your thoughts are focused internally. It's the most magical thing. It's perceptual decoupling. You're completely decoupled from what's happening around you. The models are they're actually pretty reliable and internally consistent. And if you look at so this is the graph that's averaged across pages, but if you look at individual pages, can I tell you if you're zoning out on this page? Yeah, pretty decent. So if I say a mind wandering, I'm about 72% correct, and out of all the mind wandering cases, I'm about 67% correct. And this is the signature is fewer but longer fixations. And if you understand, if you're thinking about gaze control, what gaze does is you look, and then you're evaluating, where should I look next, where should I look next, where should I look next? But you have to encode what's in that environment before you make the jump. A lot of this is unconscious, consciously mediated. When you zone out, you're not really encoding anything. You're just looking and you're looking and you're looking. So what happens is the signal to move doesn't occur, and so you wind up just fixating for longer periods of time. And that's the kind of signature we see. So this work, so we asked, okay, well, how good is a model that has a correlation of 0.4? Really, I couldn't really sell it as an assessment, could I? But can you do something useful with it? So I know this is a little complicated, but let me just tell you what we did. We made an intervention. So people read the same text, and we divided it into 15 sections. We track mind wandering using that same model I showed you on new people, every page. So they read a page. And we then average across let's say there's 3 pages in this section. And we ask ourselves, are they zoning out? Should we do something? So you run it through a sigmoid curve. If you're very low, no mind wandering, you move on. If you're very high, definitely intervene. If you're in this middle area, it's probabilistic, you guess, okay? What is the intervention? We give them a self-explanation question on the text they read. So they have to construct a self-explanation and type it out. That's automatically evaluated. If it's pretty good, let them move on, good feedback. If it's pretty low, we give them an opportunity to reread and reconstruct it. So we're trying to do three things. One, you're bringing them back to reality, because they're in somewhere. So you're like, hey, you re-engage, reread, and reconstruct. So the idea is you correct the deficiencies attributed to mind wandering, because when you mind wander, there's this cascading effect. You miss a fact that is later on involved in constructing your mental model of the text. And suddenly you're lost, and then you'll mind wander more. And so this cascading effect occurs. So that's what we did with this model. Let's see if it works. So we had 70 people read the same text in soap bubbles. They were randomly assigned to be in the intervention condition like I just described, or a yoked control. And the yoked control is really important. The best thing you can ever do in studying and reading is self-explanations. Like, there's nothing better you can do, right? It's literally the best. So just exposure to that could lead to better effects. So if Richard was in the mind-wandering condition and got the intervention on pages 5, 7, and 9, Sebastian would be yoked to him and get him on pages 5, 7, and 9. So everybody, the treatment dosage is completely controlled, except in his case, it's sensitive to his mind wandering. In his case, it's not. So you really have this effect. Is this sensitivity of the model going to give me some effects? We assess this using what we call text-based level questions. These are information you can actually answer by reading the text, or inference. Where the information is not in the text, you've got to go beyond the text a week immediately after reading and a week later. Here's what we find. These are effect sizes. So higher numbers mean better for the intervention. So right after reading, there's no effects. We see this, by the way, in a lot of studies. You really need time to consolidate the information. But a week later, we get about a 0.35 low to medium size effect. So just taking this model that had a correlation of 0.4 is kind of crappy, can actually be used to trigger some kind of intervention and do something useful. By the way, so we've taken this work out of the lab into classrooms. So this is the study we're just finishing up. So we use these, so that previous study I talked to you about, this was like a $40,000 eye tracker. Here's $100 eye trackers. Can we actually get usable eye tracking data in classrooms? It turns out you actually can. So this study we had people, this is the actual classroom. It's a biology classroom. And we worked on this in a context of an intelligent tutoring system. It's called Guru Tutor. It teaches you biology through having conversations and such. But what was cool is that the kids set up their own eye trackers, they calibrated their own eye trackers, they positioned their own heads, they did everything by themselves, and we can actually get reasonable data. So we collected, I think, about 300 sessions. A session is about 30 minutes of a kid interacting. You can track both eyes about 75% of the time. But you actually don't need both eyes for a lot of analyses. You just need one eye, and you can get that for about 95% of the time, which is really cool. We built models of mind wandering. In this case, as they were interacting with this tutoring system, we would do probe card. We'd give them a probe, a thought probe. Are you mind wandering right now? And they'd respond yes or no. And it's a little lower than we got in the lab, but it's decent. And again, they correlate with learning reasonably well. So we actually, now the question is, how do you drive interventions? And if this is, these are 3 people, and you can see this is the model's predictions of mind wandering at a second-by-second basis. And it's pretty decent. Some people just don't mind wander, and it's decent. This is kind of like me, I guess. You're like, oh, it's cool, and then it's done, and up and down, and up and down. And then this kid was pretty paying attention, and then certain things like happened at the end. But this raises some really interesting questions that how do you set thresholds for intervention? We actually did a whole experiment, and nobody got an intervention because we set the threshold incorrectly. So it's a big challenge, by the way, on how to kind of do this. So we just collected data, and we're kind of analyzing it right now with a system that interacts and responds when you're zoning out in the classrooms. So we talked about mind wandering, but the question is, can you actually use eye movements to assess comprehension? That's the holy grail. What are people reading? What are they learning from the text, right? Actually, if you look at reading is really complicated. This is a simple model. So it takes a lot. First, you have to actually be sufficiently motivated to read versus skim. If you're reading, you have to maintain attention somehow. That's not easy too. You can zone out. We've all been there, right? You're really trying to concentrate, but you could be fatigued, you could be tired, and your mind goes away. Then you try to construct this mental model, but you may not understand a word. You may not understand a concept. You may not make the right inference. And you've got to do this comprehension checking all the time. And then finally, if you do these processes correct, you'll actually have a good, reasonable model. The interesting thing is these are identified correlates in the literature, and you'll find a fascinating thing is that the same eye movement correlate that predicts like repairing comprehension, a good thing, longer fixations, because they see a word and they're trying to resolve it in memory. They're like, oh, what happened, what happened, what happened? That's exactly the same thing that predicts mind wandering, for example. So the single signals can be quite misleading, right? So what can you actually get out of this? So it turns out you can do pretty well. So here's what we did. We had a text, the same data I showed you earlier. In some of the pages, after they read a page, they get a comprehension question on that page. So can I predict how accurately they'll address that question using entirely eye movements? And shockingly well. So here's a model trained on looking at eye movements and then saying, can you get a right answer on the page? It's really good. So this is the AUROC, that's 0.9, and the correlation's about 0.7. So this is the actual pages, and you can see the computer model versus the human predictions. So I can look at your eye movements and tell you really well where you're going to do well in this page or not, and that can actually trigger a bunch of interventions. We haven't done the work, but you can think about that. But here's the question. What about comprehension after reading? That is what we're really after, right? So after you read the text, can I look at your eye movements and tell you whether you're actually going to do well in this text? So there's like a shocking lack of consistency in the literature. And when I say shocking, I mean it's shocking. So after 50 years of eye tracking, people have looked at comprehension at the level of sentences. The eye tracking work basically breaks down into three folks. There's word people, they never move beyond the word. There's sentence people, they'll never move beyond the sentence. And there's discourse people. So I'm a discourse person, but we very rarely do eye tracking. We have only like studies, well, there is some eye tracking, but there's many studies of like discourse and rhetoric and things like that. So I could not find a single study actually that looked at eye tracking predicting comprehension. And especially in long connected texts. So there's good stuff on short paragraphs and sentences, but a long narrative. And actually there's reasons to think, we tested two hypotheses. One would be there's a weak effect here. So just think about this, right? You read a page and have your eye movements, but then you forget, or there's interference, or you read something next and it causes a misconception, or you resolve a misconception. It's a very dynamic process. So why would an eye movement, 30 minutes ago, predict what you're going to learn next? You come in with knowledge, you come in with all of these things. So weak association hypothesis would predict a correlation of about 0.1 and about 1% of the variance. And we contrast to that with what we call a strong association hypothesis, because the thing is that we know that eye movements are indexing these complicated processes involving in reading. There is a signal there. Can it actually get us an order of magnitude better? That's 10% of the variance. That's a correlation of about 0.35. And again, you're never going to get anything beyond that reasonably, because it's eye movements. It's one channel. There's so much that involves in reading comprehension. So we had 3 data sets, and the first 2, we try to predict comprehension at the text-based level. This is literally factual information from the text. And they read one long text for 30 minutes. In the second study, we actually had inference. These are deep reasoning questions and text questions. But they read 8 texts, and they could do whatever they wanted. So we actually literally did the study where we had people in the room, and we told them, you have to read this text or not. We'll be back in 30 minutes. Do whatever you want. And they could totally do free exploration and reading, and they all read. And then we gave them an assessment. And we looked at just 7 eye movement features from the literature and very simple models. And these are what I call the holy grail of 7. Number of fixations, fixation duration, saccade length, how much are you jumping across fixations, regressions, how much do you go back to the text. 5th one was horizontal saccades. How many of your saccades are like more horizontally, the typical reading pattern. 6th is dispersion. How is your eye gaze dispersed across the page? And the 7th is reading time. That's all we needed. And here are the results. They actually support this strong association hypothesis. So on these 3 data sets, you can actually get a reasonable correlation of a model just looking at your eye movements and predicting how well you comprehend. These are all cross-validated at the student level, so they generalize a bit. And I want to just point out that we actually trained models in one data set and see if they would predict others, and they did. And finally, the most consistent predictor across all three data sets was more but shorter fixations, which is the opposite of mind wandering. So we asked ourselves, is the model just picking up mind wandering, which we don't want? So to address that, we actually redid these analyses where you control for mind wandering, and it did predict, and you control for exposure to print, an individual difference. And the author recognition test is a good measure of that. You give people a bunch of authors, and they just check which ones they know. I just want to conclude that these machine learned models of eye movements can assess reading processes, reading outcomes, and can actually drive interventions without actually having an underlying, well-defined theory of eye movements and comprehension, or eye movements and mind wandering, because it doesn't exist, right? So what can we actually do with some kind of model? So let me just go over and talk a little bit now about a different domain. This is work done with my former grad student, Nigel, Val, and Ryan, and other stuff, on a really ill-defined domain. And this is trying to figure out affect and some attention work. And I want to just talk to you about this issue of reliability when you're dealing with these signals. So here's a study we did a really long time ago, 12 years ago. We recruited kids at a school and asked who were interested in becoming lawyers. They were in LSAT preparation. And we gave them LSAT analytical reading problems. And then we were kind of mean. We give them false feedback. So they're solving these problems with the tablet, and if they got it right, there was a 25% chance we'd we'll say, no, you got it wrong, and blah, blah, blah. And of course, there was debriefing and everything. So I want to show you this one image of her, and what I'm going to show you are labels of how she represents and self-reports her affect. So if you notice those smiles, if you show these to people, they'd actually misinterpret the smiles. And again, who knows if she was actually frustrated or anxious at those points? They really mislabel this. So over many years of doing work in affect, we could never get reliabilities among coders above a kappa of 0.4, right? And if you open up any psych textbook, they say if you have a kappa of 0.8 or less, go home. So papers would get rejected from every single journal for this reason. It was a big fight we had to fight. And that's between two observers, between the self and the observer, between what people say their emotions are and what other people read. It's actually even worse. The kappas, the best you could get is about 0.15. So you have this really messy signal. And the question is, what is the truth? So we did this one study. It's one of my favorite studies. And so when you're training coders, grad students, undergrads, here's what you do, right? You have a coding scheme, you code some data, you meet, you discuss disagreements, you do it again, you recycle, rinse, and repeat. So we had people look at those videos like that, 5-minute videos, 2 data sets, and they would look at them separately, give their judgments every 20 seconds. We'd merge the judgments. They'd meet and they'd do a discussion. Oh, you said boredom. Why did you say boredom? I said confusion. Oh, yeah. So we'll see what happens. And then they would do this 9 times. So they would get us pretty good, and then we would always check how their agreement reliability increased. But at the same time, we actually knew what the self-reported. So we had self-reports at those same points. And this is a graph. These are kappas, and these are iterations up to 9. And clearly, over time, the observers got better. Again, it never exceeds 0.4. For really subtle expressions, it's not going to be above 0.4. That's the signal. That's it, right? However, if you compare, so that's good at least. There was some learning. But if you compare it with the self-reports, it basically was unchanged. Or even you could say, if you're negative, it went a little down, right? So you can get two people to agree on anything and fake your reliability. My shirt is black today, right? Yeah. You can do anything, but the question is, what is the value in that signal? And what is the signal itself, right? So we say, Is it what is the computer telling you? What is the observer telling you? And what is the self telling you? We've known a couple of things. If you induce emotion, the correlation between any kind of physiological signal and what people say is essentially low, or weak, or basically zero. So people, because a lot of things are occurring at this underlying physiological level. But with this, you have to just put a stake in the ground, and you can actually do some meaningful measurements. So this is the, actually, I know I'm at a game-based assessment. This is the only game-based slide I have. We did some work on trying to model affect in the context of a game, knowing all of these challenges. And we used Physics Playground. Do you mind clicking that, or just the video? Yeah, just right there.
You know, what you're hearing right here is the joy of kids really discovering and exploring something brand new. These guys are actually in the middle of playing a brand new sandbox application called Newton's Playground.
So what we're doing is we're trying to get this ball to the balloon. We're trying different techniques.
I'm just making these small objects, therefore bringing the ball up to the
Pretty
balloon.
noisy.
And it uses a few real basic ideas about gravity.
Thanks. I think I just hit escape. Oops, sorry. So that handsome fellow there, that's Ryan, doing observational coding. So as kids are playing, they're just looking, this is an observer perspective on what their affect is. And we actually track facial expressions and body movements. And you could get some signals. So you're trying to model to predict this. I don't know, this is guessing will get you there. You're a little bit above guessing. It's sort of something. So you can pick up something above chance is kind of the point I want to make here, despite being a very noisy phenomena and such. But how good is good enough? So the question we always ask is, let's say, for example, for boredom, right? This is an AURC of about 0.59. Chance is about 0.5. Is there actually a measurable signal there? So one way to think about this is to compare humans and computers. So going back to the mind-wandering work, here's what we did. People are reading, right? And they report when they're mind-wandering. We look at 10 seconds before, and we took videos 10 seconds before they reported. After throwing out some time, because people hit the key, you want to get rid of that. And we show them to 9 Turkers per video. So can humans tell you if somebody's mind-wandering? Let's get their average rating. How does that compare to a computer model? So people are pretty good for some easy cases. Here's an easy case. Sorry, could you hit the top left, please? Yeah. So you can look at her. So almost everybody would agree that she was zoning out. Do you mind hitting the top right? Most people would think he's pretty attending. He's pretty good. Do you mind hitting the bottom left? So this is a little more challenging case. So people actually get really confused in that one because they don't know how to interpret the signals. And do you mind hitting the middle one? The middle one, yeah, thanks. And the last one, please. And then people have trouble interpreting that gesture. But he's actually reading pretty intently, or so he says. So it's really challenging. So we said, okay, so we got these ratings from the Turkers. Let's train a computer model, and this is what we did. So we actually did a pretty decent job with the model. So the top thing, we looked at 5 different expressions. That's just looking at movement, because you can see a lot of movement in the videos. Then B is just looking at facial expressions. How your facial expression is changing is automatically coded. But then we actually looked at sampling textures. So we looked at textures around the lips and the eyes. So just doing texture mapping. So what textures are being picked up in the videos? D is looking at co-occurrence of facial expressions. And E is actually cool. These are Gabor filters over time. So you actually look at specific responses, like is the mouth moving like that or like that? So there's a lot of information happening here, and we train a model like that. And then these are results comparing the computer to the human. These are AURC curves, and we actually tied. Both of the AURCs are about 0.6, but there's this interesting differentiation at different points of the curve. The humans were really good at rejecting false cases of mind wandering. They were very good discriminators. They would be like, no, she's paying attention. But they actually missed a lot of cases. So they had high precision but lower recall. And the computers actually were pretty good at picking up in this part of the curve, where they would say, you're mind wandering, and they were a little more loose in how they made those decisions. So the question again is, where is the truth? Is it the computer, the human, or the self? It's somewhere in the middle, and how do we adjudicate that? And we actually gave them to write text responses, and what they did was they basically said pretty obvious things that we would all do. Eyes are not drifting away while reading. So they had these rules that they have, right? And imagine the next time you're in a conversation with somebody, just try to think if you can predict if somebody's zoning out or not. And we've done those studies, by the way, where people, they have this clicker behind their back, and they'll tell you if they're zoning out. And people are very, very bad at like detecting zone outs. So people are actually not listening to you half the time. So video-based models can provide kind of human-comparable results for affect and attention. And I want to just get back to this term, beyond chance probabilistic, which means basically terrible results, but better than chance. And actually, that's the best we can do in many of these phenomena. And we'll get back to that. The last thing I want to talk to you about is looking at speech and language, which is actually my favorite channel. I'm always amazed, as a multimodal person, the amount of information in speech and language is just bizarre. So we've done a lot of work in this. This is a project I want to tell you about with my colleagues, Andrew, Patrick, Sean, and Amanda. So many of us are teachers and educators, and there is a crisis, at least in this country, on teacher professional development. So this is a report by the New Teacher Project on 3 school districts, 2 large ones. They won't disclose what they are. Let me guess, LA, Chicago, and New York, and 1 big private one. And here's what they found. They spend about $18,000 each on teacher professional development. But this is show up on Saturday, here's a lecture on mindset, here's something else, right? Yet, the results are pretty scary. 3 teachers improved, 5 stayed the same, and 2 actually declined. So how do teachers change their practice, right? And the issue is that, yet there's a lot of improvement occurs in the first 5 years, and then it flattens out. We've always known this, but there's room to grow. And one of the issues is teachers don't have any feedback. And few things we know of cognitive science is you can't learn without feedback. Like when I teach, somebody may come in once a semester, they'll tell me when they're coming in, I'll pick my favorite topic, then we'll have lunch, then we'll have a beer, and they'll tell me some things about it, and that's it. And most of the advice I'm getting is how to game the ratings. That's all I'm getting, right? So am I really learning and improving my practice? So we said, can we actually give teachers feedback on their discourse in an autonomous way, and can we scale that up? So we started this project, and we started with focusing on one type of discourse called authentic questions. And it has a lot of literature. What these people did like 20 years ago is they would literally record hundreds of classrooms, look at every question, and then build models predicting student achievement growth, how much they achieve in literacy, controlling for past growth, controlling for procedural engagement, are you showing up to class, controlling for social demographics, and they found 3 things matter. These authentic questions, these are genuine questions where I care about your answer. I don't have an answer. I care about your knowledge. Uptake, give me a question, and I'll follow up and build on that. And third, authentic discussion. Through these questions and uptake, we actually have a snowball effect where people are actually discussing the story in an authentic way. That is and you have this dialogic instruction in this classroom. And it's a bit of a sad thing to note that about 45 in American classrooms, 45 seconds is the average time spent in discussion in a class. Yet that's the best predictor of achievement. So we said, can we predict achievement growth? Can we predict these authentic questions? Here's an example. If the teacher says, how does a person become a noble? And the student says, they're born into it. And she says, they're born into it, right? It's by family, it gets passed down. We would consider that non-authentic because it's just the IRE. Here's a question, here's a response, I'm going on. But look at the second one. How did that make you guys feel? I mean, what was your gut reaction to all of that? And the student says, ashamed. And then she follows up with, ashamed in what way? So even though that's just a one-word answer, this person genuinely cares what the student's opinion is, and they build a discussion on that. And notice, if you had the same question frame, but the student said something else, we would not consider this authentic. So it's not just the teacher question, it's the event that makes it authentic. So the question is, can you figure this out from a computational model when there are no rules to define authentic questions? And we tried. We started with 25,000 authentic questions coded from previous data. We had human experts try to come up with the rules. It was basically chance, right? So, and there was a lot of theoretical arguments, and you cannot actually ever detect these things because it's so contextual and it's this and that. But we said, I think we can figure out language features that could do this. But the first question was, how do you...
All right, what are some big risks that you have taken? You don't mind sharing.
This is my job.
So if you just stick a microphone in a classroom, you get that. It's perfectly fine for humans. The computers can do nothing with it. So we actually spent like a year playing with audio recording, and we came up with this solution. And I say a year, I mean like going to classes and hiding around desks and hooking up microphones. It was really a nightmare. But we came up with this. The teachers wear this mic. I've never seen a better mic in my life. It costs $300. It's like beyond amazing. For the classroom, this is what's called a pressure zone amplitude microphone. They use it to record like choirs and in church and things like that. You basically mount it on a board, and you put it on the wall, and then the whole wall is your reflecting surface, so you can pick up audio from everywhere. And then you have to, if you're ever doing recording of microphones, you have to mix them physically. Never try to do it on software. It just doesn't work because sound is very slow, right? So the teacher's moving around, you pick up one signal when she's there, and you pick up something else from this microphone. So you have to hardware mix it. And here's what we get. We get actually really good teacher audio and really decently crappy classroom audio. Pretty crappy, but let's listen to some. So here's the teacher audio.
The time and place in which a story takes place.
So that's good. Here's another example. So notice now, it'll pick up some background volume, but it will cut it off as soon as she speaks because it's a very much a unidirectional microphone, and the pickup pattern is what we call a cardioid. It's like this.
There? Got it. Braxton, you're working, not talking.
So it's pretty decent. And here's what we get from the classroom mic.
Yeah, his name's Derry.
Hey! Hey, what's the word? The utopia. The utopia could lead to a dystopia because something could go wrong. Like something they made could go horribly wrong and create a dystopia such as
So
a
you
dream
can get
turning
something,
into a
but it's not
nightmare.
very good. So we actually used, we collected about 128 hours of audio from about 132 classes, from about 14 teachers. This is all in Wisconsin, schools in Wisconsin. And here's basically the modeling. So we got this data. Teachers with a mic, and there's some humans there coding authentic questions and coding questions. Then we actually we try to detect the utterances, put them through speech recognition. And we actually, this was actually Andrew Olney's work. He did a really good job at figuring these things out. So we actually do this through discourse parsing. So you look at words, you look at word stems, and you look at relationships among words, because a lot of these questions have uptake, right? So you said this, I said this. So looking at these referential chains. So we extracted about 700 features, well, about 240, and then variation, of really looking at a pretty detailed analysis of the language. We trained some machine learning models, and they're validated at the teacher level. And we actually got pretty good results. So this is predicting the proportion of authentic questions in a class. Here's the human, and here's the computer. And it correlated at about 0.6. So it's pretty decent. But what we could not do in this work was identify an individual question as being authentic. We could only say in a class, this is how authentic it was. And the problem was, there are many problems, but there's a lot of imbalance. So if you look at everything the teacher says, which of those are authentic questions, it's about 3%. And then computers just cannot handle, machine learning cannot handle that kind of imbalance. So just quickly, some new work we've been doing is we've actually dropped that classroom mic. We want teachers to be able to record this audio themselves, and that classroom mic actually has to be plugged in, and it's a mess. So teachers do their own mic. We're even thinking of using mics with their smartphones. We actually got the same amount of data in 2 months with teachers just recording their own classes, and it just syncs up to the cloud via Dropbox that we got in 3 years in that previous project. So teachers just wear the mic. We do one session with them. We actually code things now at the utterance level. So instead of looking at humans identifying questions, we just directly code the speech recognition transcripts. It's really helpful. I have to say, if anybody's doing data coding, just use Excel. All the products, they kind of suck. And I'm sorry, actually, we'll talk about this later, but just use Excel. So we use Excel and with some macros, and then they have the audio playing, and they have foot pedals, so they can control and stop the audio, so they can just code like champions as the audio is happening. We've already looked at a large set of codes beyond authentic questions into using ELA terms and many different things, but 7 dimensions, and we're looking at modeling at different levels, the utterance level, the teacher level, and the class level. And these results are emerging, but we've actually worked with teachers to design a feedback app where they actually get feedback on their discourse. I wish I could have this. And this is what it looks like. So they choose classes, lessons, and so on and so forth. And then they actually get little tips, so explaining these categories. This is about positive and negative feedback. And then they can actually see like how many questions they asked, and then they can see these trends. This was a horrible design, we're redoing it. Nobody could interpret it. So anyway, so the point is, let's give people, use these models to give people feedback on their own dialogue and discourse, and pair that with professional development that looks at the data and says, okay, you did this, you did that. Let's meet, let's think about this. Here are some strategies, and we'll see if that'll affect better teaching effectiveness. So I'm going to wrap up soon, but models of spoken language can capture complex aspects of discourse in noisy environments. So I talked to you a lot about using these machine learning models in the lab, in the wild, but I want to just end by talking about a crazy program that I was involved in what I really think is the future of assessment. So if you think about assessment, we went from tests, we had performance tasks, we have induced things in the lab, we have these types of models I told you about, but where is the future going? And this is a program, the Mosaic program, multimodal, objective, sensing, I don't know what assessment in context. So this was run by the IARPA. So IARPA is the intelligence agencies. It's basically the research of the spooks essentially, and it was funded after they got a really bad reputation because they couldn't find weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. So they're very serious about what they call technical truth. So because there were all these lies then. So they're really cool. So they'll do crazy projects. There's no budget limits, but they're really crazy. So here's what they wanted. They wanted us to predict psychological traits, health and well-being, and job performance of real individuals. This is assessment in the wild. So you had to form just from sensors. So we had to predict IQ, personality, tobacco use, alcohol use, sleep, physical activity, stress and anxiety, positive and negative affect, and job performance dimensions. Do you do your task? Counter organizational and citizenship behavior. Are you actually a good person? Counterproductive work behavior. Are you eating your coworker's lunch? And things like, no, literally, that's an item, and things like that. Using sensors entirely. And they wanted us to get, this is crazy, but a correlation of 0.5. So because they're so obsessed with technical truth, they either reproduce your study or they have a blinded sample. So many people take the assessments, and then they keep like 25% of them. You don't see them. That was the target. And this whole program was 16 months. So you had to do the whole thing. So it was really fun. We learned a lot. And our team was called Project Tesserae. Tesserae are little tiles that go into the mosaic, whatever. So it was like 10 of us from 8 universities, and here's what we did though. It was kind of amazing. We got data from 757 US information workers for 1 whole year. And these are people like, students were not allowed, they didn't want faculty, they felt faculty are weird. They actually said that, no faculty. So we had people, and I can't mention the people, but just imagine highly paid information workers in consulting firms, in major software companies, those types of people from across the US. That's a sample. We had 4 sensors. And I want to just highlight how you can get such rich information of people. So they had a Garmin watch that gave heart rate variability in quotes, basically not. It's very hard to measure heart rate variability in an ambulatory setting. But it gave you things like sleeping, sleep time, wake time, physical activity, all noisy measurements, but signals are there, right? There's so much of noise, but there's actually a signal there. The best thing we ever did was these Bluetooth beacons. So people would take one beacon, put it at their home, one at their work, and one in the key fob. And then it pairs with the phone. So I know when you come home, I know when you go to work, I know when you leave your desk, I know if you're having an interaction with Richard, because he comes to my desk and I sense his beacon. And it can get a little creepy, but you can really figure some things out. Like Richard's at my house at 9:30 at night, because I'm sensing his beacon and I'm sensing his phone and my home beacon, and things like that. We had this little thing on the phone. We couldn't get much on the phone, but just essentially unlock, lock time, and things like that. And we got all this social media, and this was right around the Cambridge Analytica scandal. But the types of people who participate in this study, there's clearly a selection bias here. They just don't care. They were like, just give us your data, because we paid them $700, and these people make hundreds of thousands of dollars. So it's not about the money. It's about give us your data, right? So we looked at different things. We looked at social interactions, as I just mentioned. We looked at lifestyle, work-life balance. It's the weekend. Why are you at work? Things like that. It's December 26th. Where are you? We looked at tech use. Let's see. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. You're texting. Physiology and basic things and context. And one of the most important things about this program that I really enjoyed was you could not throw out a single data point no matter what. So you had to do predictions no matter what. So for example, if Richard did not wear the sensors at all, ever, or threw them out, or mixed his home and work beacon, I had to include him in my results. I could not throw him out. I had to do something for him. They was really, really focused on this robustness. So with that, we actually achieved an average correlation using this. So we had to use this ensemble-based model that basically just tried to piece together whatever it had. We got this average correlation of 0.21. We didn't meet the 0.5. And there were 4 other teams, by the way. We actually beat all of them with this 0.21. And it ranged on these 14 constructs. 0.08, the hardest one, surprisingly, was stress. You'd think not. And the easiest one was alcohol use, because you get that immediately from heart rate and things like that. So this was assessment, completely in the wild, completely robustly, completely through sensing. And it's kind of possible, maybe a little scary. And then since we had data for a whole year, we wanted to talk to people what we call patterns of life, what's happening in their life. This is one person. You can see, you can look at these patterns in the hours of sleep. This is sleep debt, which is a very important construct. So this red is the person. The blue is everybody in the study, and the green is in their cohort. There were 5 cohorts. And you can see what's happening over here, and then something's happening there. This is physical activity. Clearly it peaks in the summer, it dies down in the winter, probably living in Minnesota. And so on and so forth. So actually, what we're doing now is it's a follow-up study. We're identifying significant life events, and we're trying to see if we can predict those life events in their lives. So just to wrap up, I just wanted to say that there's good use for all the great assessments we talked about today, game-based assessments, traditional assessments, but there's a time when you need a different approach, and these machine-learned computational models can really enhance assessments. when the theory and mechanisms are just not clear, and they will never be clear. I want to just be clarified. Like some phenomena are really complicated. Like this business of speech, the speech and emotion is my favorite because we've really tried, and we just can't figure it out. Like we really have tried. You need a lot of data, and the data needs to be complex. Many times we just find great results with simple linear regression. It's fine. When you have complicated things, you need complicated systems that can model interactions and nonlinearities. And the thing about the model that I love is you have something. Like you have a thing now. As my advisor would tell me, that he'd like to produce more than paper in his life, more than just writing papers. And you can engineer systems. You can do stuff with them. So they're really cool. So just to give you some tips. So I think it's really good to start with, when you have theory, you go with theory as far as it can. And that's the one lesson I'm constantly having to fight now with the deep learning people, right? Because it's like, let's just do this unbridled craziness. And I'm like, look, if you have good theory, when you have good theory of eye movements and reading, that can make your search space so constrained. So if you have good theory, just go for it. But then don't be constrained by it. So the people who will work on speech and emotion, the signal that actually matters is literally logged over here. It's in this muscular movement of the glottal waveform. No theory is going to explain to you why the cortosis of glottal 3 predicts fear. It's not. Well, actually not. Well, once you know the pattern, you can come up with theory. But nobody would tell you that a priori. Let's test that hypothesis. So, but then people were just building these speech models, just looking at very simple features, and they were just working, right? So, so if you have theory, go for it. Like in the eye tracking case, if you have nothing and you're desperate, do whatever you have to do. I have to say, like, there's a good thing here in striving for parsimony. The simplest models are always better. And I'm literally alarmed with more and more deep learning papers that don't compare with simple models. And the data we're dealing with small amounts of data. You never get a boost from deep learning because we're dealing with 3 to 10,000 cases. It's very rarely do we ever get any benefits, but people don't compare them. And finally, this is a little technical, but there's more than, in machine learning, we look at two things: validation loss. How do we generalize to a new sample? What's the error curves? But there's more things to look beyond that. And things like explainability, using it in real time, and more fairness, and actually, can you actually use the model and run it? So just to end, some thoughts and some things. So I just want to point out, these are my views. They might be controversial, but things to consider when you're kind of assessing these ill-defined constructs. Like, they're very ill-defined. So just the issue of definitions. My advisor was a pure mathematician who taught me very early. Outside of mathematics, nothing can be defined. Don't bother. And it's true, right? You show me, you define a chair to me, I'll show you 5 counterexamples. But people, specifically in psychology, unfortunately, really get caught up in definitions and then hung up on this. And you just have to worry about it. Just pick a definition, be reasonable about it, and go forward. So never waste time defining things. We're still debating what is an emotion, and what is a memory. There's just something about reliability. Reliability is important, but reliability should not be a showstopper. So this is ingrained in our head from graduate research methods. You need to have a Cronbach's alpha of 0.7, and you need to have a kappa of 0.8. And that stops people in their tracks. And I have had many a fight with many psychometricians, and I'll have many more, that when you're dealing with certain constructs, I don't care. Like, I don't care. You need to have reliability. It's just an emphasis on reliability, and the truth of the matter is certain phenomena are unreliable. You cannot, and fields of study go forward with great fruition without having reliable measurement. Meteorology, study of hurricanes. I cannot detect the eye of the hurricane because the phenomena is what it is. The question is, can I get a signal that's better than guessing, and how much better than guessing? Rather than saying, I need to have this unreasonable 0.8 kappa. And I really feel strongly about this because we've had so many papers rejected for this point, So we've had this, we'll be fighting with these people for ever. So when you're dealing with complex phenomena, reliability is not something you can easily achieve. You can construct a world in which you can get amazing reliability. Hey, why don't you act out this emotion? Hey, mind wander right now. and let's see if we can detect it. So I think working with noisy data and dealing with low reliability should be a badge of honor, not a point of shame. And then to quantify performance, in machine learning, you actually have these cycles, and this is something that's very important. So you have data, you have labels, you build models in data and labels, and you can get into this entire, this kind of thing where you don't even know what's happening. I think having an external source, and this is basically getting into criterion validity and things like that, is like so important. It's very rarely done, but it's really, really important to basically keep your sanity and such. And what is good performance? For certain constructs, I hate to say this, but if you can beat chance a little bit, woo, you're good. With immersion, beyond chance, probabilistic. And that means you're making probabilistic judgments that on average beat guessing. And that's kind of where we are right now. And the truth of the matter is, this is the phenomena. The face and emotion has no relation that's consistent because it's a dynamical system. If I see a snake over there, I'm going to respond differently because it calls for different responses. If I see a snake over there, I'm going to respond differently because it calls for different responses. The emotional system is really flexible. That's the whole point, right? Fear, the word fear of missing my flight, fear of the snake, are so different, they respond, it requires different responses, right? So you can just do above chance, you're good. And finally, how good is good enough? And one of my favorite articles in the whole world is the Sam Messick, not the whole world, but one of my favorite articles, the 87 article, Consequential Validity from EGS. And you just have to ask yourself, good for what purpose? A lot of these models I've told you about today, I would never use them to assess anybody for any kind of high stakes thing ever, right? At some point, I said reliability doesn't matter in constructing a model, but it does matter if you're making a life and death decision. But for intervention, you really don't need to be that good. We've done speech recognition work and speech recognition systems that are missing 90% of what people are saying, but they can fake it enough and it doesn't even matter, right? So if you're really thinking about these models, I think they're really good to do intervention, to do assessment subtly, and to aggregate across assessment, because when you aggregate across assessments, you improve reliability, and you can do some good things. Oh, so anyway, looking to the future, standardized testing was great. Game-based assessments and performance tests are awesome. These machine learning computational models are good for certain tasks, but what I really think where it's going to go is the future. I really think it is. It's this sensing people in the world as they're going around and figuring things about them across long periods of time. So thanks for your attention. Sorry I went over. Yeah. It's a great question. So, oh my God, so we had all these machine learning people, and we learned two things. When you have missing data, everything falls apart. All the models have hardcore assumptions. We wound up using, basically, here's what we did. We wanted to model interactions among the signals, but you can't do that when you're missing data. So we had some people only had a certain signal. They had uni-signal models. For other people, we had interactions. The core model, ridge regression, random forest. Basically, beating random forest is almost impossible. Yeah, you may know, right? Yeah, and that was it. It was just very simple models. One of the things we did do that was cool with the heart rate was what they call HANS, higher order networks. You actually look at motifs in the signal, and then you actually construct motifs. Motifs are little patterns in time series. You actually construct temporal dependencies among motifs. So that helped with the alcohol and things like that. Yeah, Frank? It's a great question. So we define mind wandering very carefully here. So if you're thinking about the text and reflecting on it, we would not call that we would not call that mind wandering. That's actually elaborative processing, which is the best thing ever. By the way, what happens is memory is associative in the most amazing way, right? So we've done studies when people talk about mind wandering, they tell us what they're thinking about. And I have coded about 1,000 mind wandering reports from Notre Dame undergraduates, and man, I know what these people think about. And it's so amazing how associative it is. So even though you may start out on an elaborative processing, you can get away. We have some preliminary work on eye movements. I'm not convinced by them. There's not enough data. I think the stuff we're doing now is coupling eye movements with some brain measures using FNAIRs, because we know which areas are involved in inferencing and such. So I think eye movements itself is probably not going to be good enough for that. Russell?
So, two things. One, the first is when you're measuring skates as opposed to traits, which is a lot of what you're doing, you sort of have a problem here because if I'm measuring a trait and I need more reliability, I can always increase the length of my instrument. If here you're not doing it. So, have you thought about smoothing it all in a way to sort of take into account adjacent measurements to get things there?
Yeah, so you're right. So in the teacher literature, basically you need 4 observations of a class is all you need for reliability, and then there's diminishing returns. So we do this in 2 ways. We actually we look at utterances and we code utterances, and then we average utterances and local windows to the class level, and then you average across classes. And that's how you can get reasonable reliability. Some work that I've seen that's really cool is actually taking predictions at the utterance level and then running conditional random fields. It's like a old school thing from the 90s to be able to figure out those sequences. So we do some of that. But yeah.
Well, I was thinking about simpler things like just running an exponential
Mm-hmm.
smoother or
Yeah.
running medians or something like that across to try and get some stability in the signal. The second thing I wanted to bring up is you brought up this point about reliability sufficient for the purpose, and I started using Goodman and Kruskall's lambda instead of Cohen's kappa, and the thing there is it's similar to kappa, but the baseline now is what would I get if I simply classified everybody in modal categories. So if I just assumed everybody was doing the most common action, how good would I be? And so now how much incremental am I getting above that? Which I think is closer, I think, to what you're asking for out of your reliability.
Yeah, thanks. I'm not familiar with that metric, but thank you. I'll follow up on that. We've been using, that was old stuff. We've been using Krippendorf's alpha now because it's just very good with noisy stuff. But it really, but the other thing is that we're learning is that depending on the context, right, you really need a different measure. So sometimes when you have really high agreement, then we've been using the Gwetz AC one. But thanks for this measure. I need to check it out. Yeah. Yeah.
So I was absolutely fascinated by your talk, but this is the kind of thing where I'm not coming in with any information. This is all completely new to me. So if I'm fascinated but ignorant, where would you suggest that I start by learning more about this, following up with this?
Yeah, so I can send you, if you email me, I'll send you some stuff. We've done some like tutorials and things about modeling these states and things like that. I'd be very happy to share them with you.
Thank you.
Cool. Oh, okay, actually. All right, cool.
Thank you. Let me, We are at our morning coffee break. Again, coffee should be outside somewhere over there. We'll return here in half an hour for the grad student top research symposium. See you then.
Your Muse is cookie thing?
Yeah, just the remote. There's a laser on there. You need it. You just export it back. If you have any video, you got like, yeah, you might want to put that down.
Hello. Okay. Can you just see my forehead? I hate that. My first talk ever.
All right, we will get started. We can all sit down and reduce our volume. So we now begin our grad student top research symposium. As a reminder, folks submitted abstracts and descriptions of their research. We had a competitive process, resulted in all award winners. Very excited for this symposium. So we'll have much like our other symposium, we'll have 15 minutes each, one question after each presentation. Time at the end of the symposium session. Then we will have longer time for more questions. Get started.
Okay. Hi, everybody. So my name is Elena. I am a graduate student at the University of Minnesota. And I'm going to be talking today about trace data. We've talked a little bit about throughout some of the presentations, but I'm going to do a little bit of a deeper dive. So as I've alluded to, we've talked a little bit about trace data or log data in some of the presentations, but we've mostly been talking about game scores. So game scores are typically what our planned measurement approaches. So we're theoretically deciding what's important in the game, what's the outcome that we're interested in, and we're measuring that. But we also have access to all of this log data, all of this trace data, which are theoretically microbehavioral data points that we can use for potentially some insights. So they're typically used for system monitoring, debugging, but potentially we can use them for something more. So I'm going to be building on some of the research that my colleagues have done, and my advisor Richard. So he talked about quite a bit in his keynote. But I'm going to be working with the Revellion Cognify game, which is basically measuring general intelligence by measuring a bunch of specific cognitive abilities. So you've already seen this work. You've already seen this work, but essentially we did a validation study supporting the link between traditional measures of general cognitive with game performance. Our theoretically driven game performance scores. And we also saw some improved motivation, attitudinal responses, and then a pretty strong evidence for the relationship between latent G and latent game performance. So is trace data potentially untapped for improving upon construct measurement and for predicting criteria? So in this study, we're focusing on GPA because we're working with the student sample. But can we use trace data to identify a greater range of behaviors that are relevant for construct measurement? And can we also use it to improve upon prediction of GPA? But as you'll see, log files are big, they're messy, they're tricky to work with. You have to derive meaning explicitly. And so that's a whole process. And it typically requires some more data science techniques, such as feature engineering, and then eventually machine learning. So modern prediction methods. So feature engineering. This is what we started out with. We started out with 3 gigabytes of data for about 500 participants. 13 million rows, about 26,000 per participant. And so it was just a log file of all of the different interactions that somebody was having with the game. And they were all timestamped, and they had a little bit of a description behind them. But essentially, I was given this file and we had to derive meaning from it that was potentially useful for measurement purposes. And so that was where the majority of my time was spent, basically restructuring and aggregating data so that it was useful to put into a model. And so our approach here was going to be top-down, so using some theory as well as bottom-up, so using the data mining and data-driven approach as well. So to start, I had some subject matter experts examine the log data set, identify some potentially meaningful aggregations of the data, and then also use some data-driven approaches to do some variable selections. Identifying which features were actually useful for predicting our criteria, and using machine learning to do that empirically. All Right. So we ended up with 65 features. A few examples include the average time spent per round, number of clicks per round, all sorts of different aggregations like that. There were also some game-specific features. So you can see here the number of rotations that were occurring, some of the clicking that was happening in the bottom game here. So anything that was potentially related to construct of interest, which was general cognibility, we basically aggregated and used and threw into the model. So we ended up with 65 engineered features. But then we have all these features. You can't just throw that into an ordinary regression model because you will overfit your data. You have too many predictors at this point to do anything too simple for modeling purposes. So the use case for modern prediction methods, machine learning, which is often called in social sciences, usually involves scenarios where there's a lack of comprehensive theory. We don't know which aggregations of this trace data are going to be useful for measuring the construct. We don't really have any theory for the number of mouse clicks that are going to be related to general cognibility. So we're going to be taking a more empirical approach here. We also use machine learning when we have a need to balance model complexity and parsimony. We have 65 variables here. We need to be sure to model the complexity of the model also a parsimonious model. And then we also have predictors occurring on a variety of measurement scales. So we don't know what each of these different items or each of these features are actually measuring. And then we also have a high degree of uncertainty in the model. So we don't know if there's interactions that would be useful. We essentially need to empirically derive what the model should be. So working with trace data involves all of these things. So that's why we're going to bring machine learning in. All right, so I used machine learning package in R. I did k-fold cross-validation for tuning model parameters. I also had a training and a holdout sample to calculate validity estimate, and used four different models here. I'm not going to go into depth about each of these different models, but essentially ElasticNet is a form of regularized regression, random forest regression trees with bootstrap sampling, and random subset of predictors available to each tree. We have gradient boosted trees, regression trees, a forward stepwise regression component, and then we also have support vector machines. So robust regression, basically, with some focus on difficult to predict cases. So let's dive into some of the results. So the first thing I did was I threw all of those 65 variables into each of these four different models, and then I correlated those predicted scores from the traditional measures that all of the students took. And so these are the correlations here. So you can see pretty comparable across each of the models. Some are higher than others, but all around 0.65-ish. So then to get a baseline, I did the same thing with our game composite score. So I correlated, used OLS regression just had one predictor, to look at the relationship between the predicted scores using the composite score with the traditional general cognibility measures. And so we can see similar validity here, so they're acting similarly. So trace data is acting similarly to our game score in measuring G. And then I also want to point out that you can't really interpret heavily all of these estimates for each of the predictors in the models, but R does allow you to kind of look at the most important variables. So you can see here that time spent was a popular, strongly used variable across all of these models. And I think that makes sense because we're looking at cognibility. So time tends to be a common thing that we use to measure. Right, so then we were interested in the incremental validity of trace data over a game score composite. So we were predicting GPA. So the first model was going to be the game score composite. Second model was going to be trace data score. And then the third was the hierarchical regression. So we're looking at both models in comparison to the individual models. So for Elastic Net, I'll go through each of the different machine learning models we use. Elastic Net, you can see game score actually incrementally predicted GPA over trace data score. So the opposite of what we were expecting. And then for random forest, the opposite happens. We saw a little bit of incremental variance for trace data over game score. So it was only about 1%, so pretty small, but a little bit of extra information when predicting GPA. For gradient boosted trees, we didn't really see any incremental variance either way. For support vector machines, we saw the similar pattern with the random forest. So a little bit of incremental variance for the trace data over the game score composite. All right, so summary of findings. So we can see that trace data from this game-based assessment, so contextualized to this game-based assessment, can be used to predict general cognitivity in a similar way. We can also see that across the models, a lot of the features were consistently weighted more heavily, potentially indicating what the models were picking up on, which usually related to time spent. We can also see some evidence of some incremental validity or variance when predicting GPA, depending on the different modeling approach. And we can see that depending on the modeling approach, our measurement is essentially changing. Machine learning is fundamentally changing the way we're measuring whatever construct we're measuring. In this case, I think it's general cognitivity. So in conclusion, I think we can show that trace data in some scenarios can provide a little bit of extra information when predicting a criterion above game score composite within this context. It's pretty context dependent and data driven, which kind of limits the generalizability of everything. There's also an infinite number of ways to do this. You can create an infinite number of features. You can model an infinite number of ways. So there's a lot of different approaches here. And then also, I think we can forge ahead in research and really use this methodology to do this for a bunch of different types of game-based assessments to try to kind of get a better understanding of what trace data is doing in game-based assessments. And that's it. So one question. Yes.
So there's a comment in the fact because I learned some safety this morning in last one thing was how Sophia and Tyson want to get top-down expert exactly design for you guys. So they use out, make sure that first of all, blogging the thing they blog and also gas is actually giving an opportunity to do that. The second question we had was had to do with time. I find the relationship time and what I'm trying to do is non-linear. So are these? I'm a little fuzzy on the model. So is that putting time in a linear way, or does it allow clarity to play out?
Yeah, so I would have to double check for each models, but some of them are modeling interactions and some of them are not. So there was I think the ones that were intending to show incremental variance were modeling interactions. So I think that's a good indicator that maybe interactions among time are providing the extra information.
Okay. Hi everyone. My name is Cassie. Currently, I'm a PhD student at Carnegie Mellon University. My training is in two areas. One is in education research, and the other is in neuroscience. So today, I'm going to share with you how we can combine these two disciplines for a neuroscientific basis of cognitive game-based assessment. So there are three objectives
to this talk.
The first one is to investigate the psychometric validation of a cognitive GBA for preschool-age children. The second is to examine whether we can actually utilize a GBA as an instructional tool to support cognitive development in children. And the third is to connect education in the brain. So how can we use cognitive psychology in combination with technology to actually examine how GBA learning alters the brain. So the construct that I'm focusing on today is inhibitory control. So inhibitory control is the ability to suppress impulsive responses, maintain focus, and to ignore distractors. So in a classroom context, focus on the teacher, not get distracted by classmates. In the context of now, paying attention to what I'm talking about, not checking your email, not looking at your phone. And inhibitory control is actually very important because it not only predicts academic but also later substance and even occupational success. So some of the current challenges with measuring inhibitory control, something that Carrie got earlier in this conference, is that they're very difficult to administer because children have low attention spans. If they're too boring, if they're too difficult, children get frustrated and they quit and you end up losing a lot of data. That's why in journal articles you often see that data was collected from 100 children and then 40 data points were omitted because they refused to participate. So potential solution to this problem is to administer these assessments within an engaging environment such as a video game. This talk is split into two studies. All 81 children were ages 4 to 5 recruited from a preschool in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. The first study is a study I collaborated with a student from Stony Brook University, Aria Tagaimore. The students were there were 20 children and subjects, so they both participated in a widely used inhibitory control assessment, also known as the flanker task, which I'll talk about on the next slide, and a GBA version of that task. So the flanker task originated in the 70s, and what it does is it presents 5 arrows in a row. The version for children presents these arrows in the form of fish. And the main goal of this task is to narrowly focus on the center middle fish. So there are congruent trials where all the arrows are facing the same way, and then there are incongruent trials where that center target fish is facing the opposite way. And researchers have actually found that the incongruent trials are really difficult for adults and children. Your automatic response is to go in that direction of the distractor fish, and you have to go in the opposite direction. So this is traditionally done with a computer, and you use those computer keys. In order to transform this into a game-based assessment, I turned into an app on Unity technologies, and I implemented design patterns to the existing assessment. So I'm not going to go into much detail about game features, but I'd be more than happy to talk about them after the talk. But this includes adding a narrative, player feedback. There's positive feedback, and there's also negative feedback, and then also player progress. So in the GBA, children are actually shown a jar, and as they progress through the treasures go up in the jar. Something really difficult about this age group is they don't know how to read. So you have to figure out some sort of visual stimuli that indicates to them how their progress is. So just to give a broad overview of the similarities, same amount of practice trials, total trials. The differences, there's a narrative, there's visual feedback. A professor in the school of drama actually composed all the music and sound effects, so it's really a game-like feel. And then player adaptability. So while the flanker task has the 1700 milliseconds, in the GBA, if children are getting trials consecutively wrong in a row, it gets easier. If they get them right in a row, it gets consecutively harder. So the main difference is that children's skills are optimally challenged with explicit feedback. So what you see here is that performance did not significantly differ between the flanker and they were highly correlated. So the GBA was still an accurate measure of their performance. After they played both games, children were asked which they would play again. And regardless of the order in which children were randomly assigned to, so regardless of whether they played the GBA first or they played the GBA last, they still preferred the GBA over the flanker task. And when children were asked to rate how much they liked the game after playing, you could see just from the distribution that children really liked the GBA. So if prior literature has shown that inhibitory control is related to academic achievement assessments, and the question is, will this GBA still be associated with education outcomes? So children were administered both standard verbal and math tests. And what we found is that flanker and GBA were associated not only with their verbal scores, but also their math scores. So what is the association with performance and their brain development? So in order to do this, I examined their prefrontal brain connectivity using functional near infrared spectroscopy, also known as FNIRS, which Sydney briefly talked about. So NIRS kind of revolutionized neuroimaging with children because it uses low levels of optical light to measure blood flow. Right? So it's non-invasive. Children aren't exposed to gamma rays like CT scans or PET scans. They're not confined to a really tiny environment. They don't have to stay still like an fMRI. And it's less sensitive to motion artifacts. So when you use EEG, every eye blink, every muscle movement, you have to remove that. Gets rid of that. And you can imagine with children who are very fidgety, it causes a lot of problems. So the reason that we're focusing on the cortex is because it's been found to be linked with inhibitory control performance. And also recently with a very representative sample, they found that increased prefrontal connectivity at rest, meaning in the absence of a specific task, not only predicts cognitive but also educational attainment and also household income. So a probe strip was placed on children's heads. They were capped. They were given a standard resting state measure, which is basically a bunch of abstract shapes. And all of the pre-processing and analyses were done by Dr. Fishburne, a collaborator on this project, who actually wrote the toolbox in MATLAB. So it's just something that's kind of intimidating about new technologies. Wondering if you're pre-processing and analyzing the data correctly. So I think it's really important to ask experts for help. The worst they could say is no. Frank made this possible. And so what we found is that prefrontal connectivity was associated with flanker and GBA performance. So we know that GBA is still an accurate measure of children's performance. And it is also associated with educational outcomes and prefrontal cortex connectivity. And importantly, children find it fun. So now the question is, can we actually use it as an instructional tool to support inhibitory control development? So several studies have tried to use computer training to improve inhibitory control. But what they found is that the training does not transfer to a novel task. So it helps on the train task, but there's no transfer to actual behavior. But interestingly, in the kinesiology and neuroscience, what they're finding is that this combination of exercise and cognitive training improves inhibitory control. Yet there's no research done with preschool-age children. So I transformed the GBA into an exergame. The way I did that is I projected the game onto a wall and it's connected with a non-set game mat. So instead of children using the keyboard, they're actually using their entire bodies and stepping. So children were trained for 20-minute sessions in 2 consecutive days. They were randomly assigned to either an upper control group. And one day after, they're administered inhibitory control assessments, and also their neuroimaging data was collected. So they were given the trained flanker task, the transferred day-night task, so this is also a widely used inhibitory control task. Children are shown a picture of a sun and told to say the word night, and when they're shown a picture of a moon, they're told to say the word day. So they have to override their automatic responses. And then teachers were also rating children's inhibitory-related behaviors in the classroom. Right? Because it's nice to see if they're actually transferred to a novel inhibitory control task, but teachers actually seeing changes in their self-regulatory behavior. And then also resting state data was collected using NIRS. So what you see from the behavior is the extra game group significantly improved in performance on the flanker task, on the transfer day night task, teachers also rated their behavior better to the control group. And with the neuroimaging results, what you see here is that warmer colors denote increased connectivity from pre-test to post-test, and the extra game exhibited increased connectivity across the entire prefrontal cortex relative to the control group. So now the question is how changes in behavior connected to changes in the brain. So what you'll find here is that as children's performance in inhibitory control increase, so did their prefrontal cortex connectivity from pre-test to post-test. So in summary, flanker GBA still accurately measures what it's supposed to measure, and children find it more fun. It can also be modified as an instructional tool that supports inhibitory control development. So it not only improves training on a trained task, but it also improves on a transfer task and teacher ratings of behavior. And it also increased neuroplasticity within the prefrontal cortex. So it strengthened connections in the brain just from experience. So 22 years ago, John Brewer published a paper called Education in the Brain, A Bridge Too Far. But what he didn't say wasn't that education in brain cannot exist in informed education, but that there's a middle bridge, which is cognitive psychology. This connection of brain and behavior, this is what is capable of connecting education in the brain, providing a neuroscientific basis of learning, which is capable of informing educational practice. So I don't have to talk about these, but I do have preliminary data for how long these effects last. Is it short-term change or are there long-term changes? So I actually follow these children longitudinally 1 month later, and then 6 months later. And then also an important question is were the effects driven by the physical activity or the exertion of inhibitory control. So I have two active control conditions. One is an exercise version where there's no flanker fish, so they're still exerting the same amount of exercise. And then a sedentary version. So it's the same exact game except they're sitting. So less physical activity. So now the question is, I spent 3 years generating this research question, designing this game. And it's like, okay, now what? Who cares? Is it just going to become another footnote? Is it going to be just another reference of a senior's thesis? No. So something to disseminate your research. The first step, I think, is community outreach. So one of my collaborators is with clinicians. So this is Dr. Joseph, she's a psychiatrist who specializes in early assessment of ADHD. So children with poor inhibitory control regulation are at risk for certain disorders like ADHD and autism spectrum disorder. And this GBA can potentially be used not only as an early assessment, but also an early intervention to get them on a better developmental trajectory early on. This is Coach Dave Gray. He oversees recreational centers all around the Pittsburgh area, especially in neighborhoods. Children who grow up in these communities, they don't have access to recreational equipment, they don't have access to technology, and this would give them that opportunity. And lastly, educator. So this is Miss Slay. She advocates for both physical activity and also technology integrated classrooms. So when I told her about this project, she was very interested in actually inputting this in her curriculum. So this takes an interdisciplinary village. So I just like to thank the game designers that helped me actually design this task, put in the algorithm. The research assistants who actually helped collect the data. My advisors, Anna Fisher and Eric Thiessen. My committee member, Amy Ogun, who's in computer interaction at CMU. Professor Sarah Pickett for composing all the music and sound effects. Frank Fishburne for making the NEARS data possible. The educators who also helped me design the game. And also the families and children who made this research possible. And lastly, the Institute of Education Sciences for funding this research. Any questions? Any questions? Yeah, yeah. Thanks, thanks. Yeah, so when I first started reading into the brain training literature, which is huge, it dates back to 100 years ago, I noticed this very interesting pattern that inhibitory control specifically is the hardest to improve. So they've found training paradigms that can improve memory, cognitive flexibility, but not inhibitory control. And it's related to all these very important later successes in life. And the reason I chose the flanker task is that performance on the assessment in older children has been consistently predictive of later academic achievement, which is what I'm mainly focused on as an education researcher. Thanks.
Hello.
My name is Shaima, and I'm a PhD student at Northeastern University. And today I will be talking about our research on debugging processes in our programmers have played a game that we designed. And this project is part of like a bigger project that looks into how we can use game mechanics to enhance learning introductory programming concept. And what we want is not only to teach kids how to program, but we also want to teach them modularity, debugging, semantics, and other concepts. And so we want to teach them good practices. And what we want. Oops. Oh, this is okay. It's very sensitive. So we want to look at their progression. We don't want to just see if they learned, but also how they learn, and how their progression went throughout the game, and what kind of behaviors good or high performing student performed, and how can we ultimately try to encourage those behaviors for students struggling in the game. And so for that we use Maze Journey. It's a game. It's a 3D game, top-down game where players are asked to help May. She's in a broken game world that is made out of code, and she's asked you to come and help her find her friend. And along the way, she can go around, talk to NPCs, kind of things. But then at some point, your path will be blocked, and then you have to pull up a coding interface and start interacting with the environment. And this is an example of a puzzle where they have to move around statues to light the fires, and they have to type in actual code on that side. Examples and output error messages and so on. So it's very close to what a coding environment would look like. And for our learning goals, we want to teach abstraction, so everything in the game world is an object, and the object interact with each other, so apply functions on them, or get their attributes to be able to solve the puzzles. Then we want to later on in the game, we want players to be able to use functions. We want to have an inventory system where they can functions that they used before, so they can use later in the game. And semantics. So we want to not only write their own code, but also understand other code. So we give them broken code that they need to fix, or code that they cannot run, and they need to find the output without running it. And what I would be talking about in this talk is about debugging. And the goal was to look at how they went in each level, how they went from a wrong code submission to a correct one. So we logged all of their codes, and we tried to look at what kind of errors, what kind of code changes they made. And for that, we looked at the 10 first levels of the game. They have simple instructions so they can move or rotate blocks. They have a sequence logic so they can move multiple blocks. And they have simplified for loops. And this is an example of code in the game. It's very close to object-oriented, but with simplified syntax to make it easier for beginners. And for participants, we had students, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. And they were introduced to the game through either researcher or their teacher. And they start playing during class time, but then they can play again at home whenever they want. And we had 185 different profiles. I use profiles because a player could have multiple profiles if they multiple usernames. And then we had 9,400 code submissions to analyze. So the goal of the study is like how can we leverage qualitative analysis in a more scalable way? Because previous research on debugging usually either have very qualitative analysis or just go and look into every code submission and label them, or machine learning they try to predict their success rate, but we don't know how they got to that success. And so we want to also see how these sequences could give us better information as opposed to aggregate counts of errors. And for that, we try to extract all the error types, what kind of errors kids can make. We try to represent those errors in a representation. Then for actions, we looked at how they changed their code and try to abstract the kind of changes they can make. Finally, we put those states and actions to visualize them, to try to look for patterns, and try to look at specific players. So for the errors, the players could make either puzzle errors. That means their code runs, but it actually doesn't solve the puzzles that they are supposed to solve. Then we have structure errors. So for example, they have code outside main function. They don't have a main function that run their code. Then they have reasoning errors, and those are errors that, like their code would have worked in another context, but not this one. For example, they use a name of an object that existed in the previous, but does not exist in this level. Then we have purely syntax error. They missed the semicolon. They missed curly bracket, or something like that. And finally, undefined errors are those the compiler could not classify and could not understand. So this is how we went from each code submission. We have raw data. We try to find the error types, and then we get it into a state. We have numbers of each error types. For the action representation, we players added, removed, or changed their code from the previous submission. We look at if change is small, medium, or large, and the size is relative to the previous code because size changes from level to level. So we wanted to see how they change from previous code. And if they added or changed code, we look if that code already existed, if they are reusing code that they used before or not. And so this is how a typical sequence would go. We start with some kind of errors. They would do some action to modify their code, get to another state, finally they would get to the correct solution. Or in some cases they quit actually finishing. And to visualize the sequences, we use a tool called Glyph, where we can look at all the sequences on that right side, and we can look at the sequence how state graph there and the sequence graph here. So the states, the bigger the state, the more players have visited that same state for the action, the thicker the line. The more people have transition, and we can highlight the most frequent sequences. Here, the bigger the node, that means a lot of players have made that specific sequence. And the closer the sequences are together, the more similar they are. And so from here we can look. The most common sequences are usually players just went through the level without any errors, or like a few errors, like puzzle errors, and then they go and get it. Players who struggle have a lot variance in their sequences, and we can
for example, a typical high-performing student will have a very linear path. They will always have 1 error, 2 errors at a time, and they will try to target one at a time. They will do medium to small code changes. They rarely do large code changes at a time. And for struggling students, we can identify them by looking at players with sequences that are farther from the center. And usually their sequences have multiple loops for the same state. It means like they've been in that state for a while, or loops towards another state between before they get to the solution. And also to look at like the difference this gives us compared to aggregate data. If we look at players with a lot of submissions, just counts, we will consider them sort of failing or all the same. But if we look at especially player B or player C, they have a very different way by which they targeted their debugging. For example, the most common thing, the most noticeable thing is that players had loops within each state, and they will have a lot of code submission without changing any of their code, and that could make us believe that they were frustrated and they were just clicking the run button a lot of times because they were not understanding what was going on, as opposed to player B made very targeted changes, always making medium to small code changes, and they were finally able to get to the solution. They both got to the solution eventually, but one with a better or like a more logical, more structured sequence than the other. And so, as we could see, aggregate data does not always inform about how the player are doing. We can maybe try to predict what they're doing, but not actually seeing how they perform. The visualization allowed us to look at common patterns, but also look at specific players, and we wanted to be able. So with this methodology, we were able to look at a lot of players. So we had 185 players that we could look at very easily compared to going and try to analyze each one by one. We also with this identify the quit nodes. So whenever we have a state where the players quit, we can look at all the paths that leads to that state, and we can try to maybe intervene before the players quit. Since we for struggling players we cannot find complete sequences that are the same. But in the future we want to look at maybe subsequences or how like a state like a certain errors could lead to other errors and how that and how we can prevent players from getting stuck. Also we could try to predict their performance. And finally the idea is to finally help. Try to get adaptive system that will try to intervene before they get frustrated or before they quit. And for our future work, we are using Data Arcade to look at how players. So we now logging everything they do, like every code change they make, not just code submissions. And we are trying to label first manually label how they're doing in the game. So in terms of puzzle efficiency, in terms of writing strategies, copy pasting, using are they transferring what they're learning from previous errors or from previous levels, and eventually after that we have to have those kind of labels automatically so we can have them within the system. And I think I was so scared that I will run out of time that I just like got through it. So I thank you. We also have our website, so you can check out the game there, and their videos and more information there. And I would be happy to talk about design choices we made. And I thank you. we couldn't find what types. So mostly the types of errors that were relevant were either purely syntax errors or puzzle errors. And we could find the structure errors appearing once we introduced. So once we introduced, first they started only with the move command. And once they mastered that, we introduced the rotate command. And then there would be some structure errors that appear because they don't know how that function works. And then the same thing with when we introduce for loops. But most of the time, once they got that, they will mostly do puzzle errors. And the puzzle errors with this kind of representation, we don't know how close they are to the solution. If it's a puzzle error, they could have 20% of the solution or 90%, but we don't know. So that's why we have the labeling now. We can look at how close they are to the solution. Are they getting closer and then farther, or they're always progressing toward the correct solution? So we're now focusing a lot on the puzzle errors because those are the ones that are like the most common, and we are not looking into that with this work. Thank you.
Hello. My name is Laura. I am at Georgia Tech. I'm a human factors psychologist, and my last year, my dissertation. This is actually the last one. I also work as a research scientist at the Interactive. We changed our name. The Institute for People and Technology. I'm going to be presenting some results or some work that we've been doing since 2013. But there's some new work that we've been doing in terms of this. What do we do with this data that we collect from games to turn that back to them so they can maybe improve their lives. So this was a collaboration with ACT Inc. They make the college readiness assessment, ACT, as well as other different kinds of assessments. So these are some of the authors on our papers from ACT, but Alex Casillas in the audience was also involved with this project. And the scope of our work over all of these years was two buckets. The first one is how do you design a game that is a valid and reliable scientific instrument or tool? So it's measuring the thing that you think needs to be measuring, especially compared to the traditional way that you would do that, the gold standard. And then the other bucket is so you've done that, and you have all this data. How can we turn that into something that someone can use? In this case, mostly students, to high school students. Feedback that's appropriate for their experience level and their age, but also feedback that kind of encourages some playful exploration, understanding about themselves, self-reflection, and maybe something that they can take and figure out what they need to improve or what they need to work towards like a future career. So this first one. This one I think is super interesting. So games as assessments, because they're games and they have game-like elements, they inherently introduce some noise into the data that we don't understand. And this is highly dependent on the game and the domain that you're trying to measure. So the thing that a player tried to do and what they actually did, that delta there is very confusing. And that can be caused by a number of things. So simply moving a character on a screen, avoiding enemies, kinds of things going on, like collecting points. Also, music can change behavior in a game, especially their physical motions. And then the aesthetic. If the player doesn't really like the theming, or they feel unfamiliar with it, that could change their affect, and that might change the inputs that you're ultimately analyzing at the end. So what we did this is Bubble Trip. This is a game that we created. It is one of many games that we playtested and unfortunately they only plays once. I'll start it over in a second. Playtested and iterated on, reskin. It is a personality assessment. So it's actually a gamified assessment. If you notice, I go back. It lets me go back. There we go. Okay, so it's asking hexaco questions, very similar to inventory. It has a six scale, honesty and humility. You bump the shell that corresponds to the liquor response that you would like to make. We deployed this online in one of three versions. One where you just move the fish around and answer the questions. The second where it had some environmental effects, but didn't really have a game mechanic per se, something that impacted the play. And then the full game, which had point collection and all The idea to see where these things start to break our data. Because in a counterbalanced way, they also took the traditional Hexaco and we wanted to see what those kinds of consistencies and validity were between these two ways of taking this. So we got about I think that number's higher now. But these are the ones that are analyzed. 212 respondents online, pretty big age range, and they encounter the game in one of those three conditions. Our analysis strategies, like I mentioned before, is which version of this game is still valid. And are they all valid? How do they compare and match up with the traditional Hexaco? And then, of course, because we don't want to be taking gamified surveys, what happens if you were to strip that out? Can we know something about the player by the way that they actually are playing the game? I'm going to say yes. So Clear My Home Conference is Foundations of Digital Games, presented on this multiple times. The coolest thing about this is that the full game version was equally as valid as the traditional Hexaco version. What's good about that is they interacted players played the full version with all these game elements that didn't appear to break our data. They played that game longer, so we got more data out. I think it came up yesterday about how can you contrive situations in a game where you can measure agreeableness. Well, we found that players who ran into those jellyfish that were floating across the screen in the full game version scored lower on agreeableness. Statistically significant. We also found that players who collected more bubbles scored higher on conscientiousness. So you could strip that out, have them change it a little bit as long as you understand what's being changed, and you can get an idea of the personality of your player just by the way they're doing that. I'm happy to talk about that later. But what I really want to talk about is this thing. Who gets that data? So the zeitgeist right now is when people take assessments. The assessor, the company keeps that data. They might crunch it and send some of it back to that person. But it's often in charts and graphs and percentiles, and especially for a student, they don't really know what to do with that. I mean, even as an adult, you're like, oh, I'm in the 62nd percentile. Is that bad? Like, can I improve this particular thing about myself? So we started exploring the second part of who gets that data? What does it look like? And what do they do with it? So we did stakeholder analysis with students, educators, and their parents, not the students' parents, to see what these attitudes towards interactions with interpretations of results are. So we started with this. This is the ACT World of Work. The student takes kind of a career assessment type of test, and they say something like this, which places them around different domains of like science and technology, administration and sales, where they might match up and be good fits for. So we put this in front in a participatory design process with paper prototyping. The P's about to trip me up. And we found they had no idea what they were looking at. Particularly the students from disadvantaged backgrounds that we were working with. They wouldn't read legends, they didn't understand symbols, they didn't understand relations, were existing together. So we showed them some new scans. This is just a recolorization with a different kind of metaphor and a guided interface where they talked about these neighborhoods. And we also had playful ones like this pizza pie. So it's still the world of work. It's a little bit more playful. Things we found about this are that kids really like the playful versions, but the juniors and seniors in high school took themselves very seriously because they're about to go out to the world. So they wanted to be playful, but not pizza. But this isn't really what we wanted to do. We don't want to just rescan things that exist. We want to see if we can actually turn this feedback about a student or person into something that they can interact with and explore for self-reflection and self-improvement. So we turned the world of work into a world. Our inspiration was the Game of Thrones map in the intro sequence. And so, for example, science and technology is graphically represented by a beaker. And as you get closer in, you realize that that's made up maybe islands that represent biology and physics, towns, and then their players, NPCs in there. You can ask all the common questions that high schoolers want to know, which are how much money can I make, and how much school do I need to have. There's also a passport function where they can make a scrapbook, careers that they think that they are interested in, and this can come and grow with them over time. So they might use this from elementary school up into college, and they can look back at how things have changed. This is informed by our interviews with students. They really like these cozy games that you can drop in on Animal Crossing, and see how things change during different times of day and also different times of year. So we had a function of this where accountants came up a lot because once they realized they can make a lot of money and then take off a lot of time out of the year. If you drop in on Accountants Town on April 14th at 2 a.m., like all the lights have been on in those buildings, and they have been for months. But if you come back the next week, no one is there. And they've all taken off because many accountants, at least tax accountants, will do something like that. We also started working on this prototype where it's a context-aware mobile experience. So this thing's still delivering to you little games, learning about you, but it also knows what you're doing throughout the day. So we did an experience sampling method with high school students to see when they could actually attend to these things during the day and how long they would do it. And so this tool would know that the student had maybe gone to see a movie, and it would prompt them, like, did you know that careers that go into the movie industry? Maybe they hadn't thought about, like computer scientists working on the computer graphics, or if they go to the beach with their family. Do you really know what a marine biologist does, and what that work-life balance is, or a structural engineer worked on the bridge going across this bay. You seem to be really good at math, but you're not really good at this other thing. So let's give you some resources so you can work towards your goals. The other part that came out of the participatory design process is students really like the idea. They came up with this themselves to share their data with their friends because they wanted to see if they could learn about their friends in a different way that wouldn't come out naturally and conversation, and maybe realize that they had similarities and different career interests. But they also wanted to have high privacy lockdowns because unfortunately for our male students, if they were interested in a career that maybe isn't gender accepted, like being a nurse. This one came up a lot. They didn't want their friends to know because they thought they'd be made fun of. But they also wanted to use this tool to share with their parents. That was a different structure. So some of them had parents that had a lot of pressures on them, like, I need you to be a doctor. If I'm going to support you through college, I need you to come out with a high professional kind of career. But maybe they wanted to be like an airline pilot or a physical therapist. So they could explore this tool with their own feedback as it's growing and learning about them over time. Figure out how many years of college, what their traits match with that career, where they might need help, and build a case where then they can go to their parents at once and say, I know you want me to be a lawyer. I really want to be a veterinarian. I've done my homework. These are the schools that I want to go to. Maybe I need a math tutor. On and on like that. It was really a way for them to build a case to persuade parents that maybe wouldn't be so persuasive before. So in conclusion, like was said yesterday, being very careful here for one particular type of game of the elements that we looked at and the domain that we're measuring, we created a game with high validity against the traditional assessment. Of course, the goal is that we have other games that we've built that don't look like gamified assessments. They measure locus of control and stress and all these multitasking ability. It is possible to do this, but you have to be very careful about what you're adding into the game, because anything from the aesthetic can really start to toy with your results. But I would really like to have more conversations about the ownership of that data, and then not just sending out charts bar graphs, but making that data something like a game in itself that you can explore, you can save, you can reflect on, and that provides resources so someone can know what to do next. I think that there are applications for this, of course, through like K through 12 and early career development, but also for this pocket of the future of work. So as we're looking at having cohorts of people lose their jobs, through automation or technology, we need to rapidly reskill these kinds of people into jobs that they want or careers that they want. So these kinds of assessment games that can quickly learn about either non-cognitive abilities and then nudge people into directions for careers that they might be good fits for would also be an application of this kind of technology that we've been talking about. So with that, I will take a question, and thanks very much. Yes.
On the career acceleration side, you guys thought about how this kind of game-based is what you're doing, how that might be used to spur folks from under backgrounds, STEM disciplines.
Yes. So in two veins. So in one, we were working with a lot. I think about half of the students that we involved with the first couple of stages of this feedback design came from families where no one had gone to college before, and they were convinced it's not for me. And we weren't trying to force them into college. There's trades. You can make a lot of money being a plumber. Like there's things that survive the upcoming robot wars probably. But we do want to have that focus on underrepresented and disadvantaged communities, and not say like you have to get a 4-year degree. The other side for STEM is I'm working a lot on esports research because that gets excited about other things like web development, video editing, so they can show off their stuff. Doing something like this, I think is good because you can scrape data from the web and populate these NPCs with all these careers that kids have never thought of because they've only heard about like doctors, lawyers, physicists, those sorts of things. And they're like, wait, I can be like IT infrastructure manager for live Twitch, something that they are interested in anyway. I think that is particularly good for kids for them to be able to explore on their own terms. Thanks.
Hi, can everyone hear me in the back? Okay, great. My name is Jenna, and I'm going into my third year at North Carolina State University studying organizational psychology. And I just want to start by thanking you and Dr. Landers and Sebastian for inviting me to talk to you about partnering with Pymetrics to explore the relationship between personality and gameplay. So I want to start by just saying what my three purposes are for the next 14 minutes and 25 seconds. My first purpose would be just to highlight the research question that we looked into, and why we thought it was important, and also interesting. And then my second purpose is to talk about that partnership and what that looked like. And finally, just to be completely transparent here, a lot of this is to convince you all that partnering graduate students organizations is a win-win. So first, I'll start just with kind of a background, just to make sure I know we're all coming from areas of expertise. And so the way that we're looking at personality here, I won't read the definition, but you can take a look at it. I had highlighted the second part of it, which is the enduring nature and consistency of personality characteristics are manifested in predictable tendencies of individuals to behave in similar ways across situations and settings. And so, with a background in organizational psych, I'm particularly interested in how these tendencies of individuals to behave in particularly work context. And with the literature and personality, we often the biggest model of personality currently is the five-factor model, also known as the Big Five. So I just listed these here: openness, conscientiousness, extroversion, agreeableness, and neuroticism. And in organizational psychology, we're interested in how those predict job performance and other important organizational factors. So like satisfaction, team performance, and leadership. And what we heard yesterday was that there is a lot of organizations that use personality assessment to predict job performance in their hiring decisions. And so another issue that we heard yesterday was that an issue of personality assessment with self-report tends to be faking issues. And there are a lot of us who maybe think that potential for game-based assessments is to mitigate some of those effects. And we wanted to take just a step back from maybe exploring that question and wonder how does personality correlate with gameplay? Just at the feature level. So before we dive into the design and everything into that question, I wanted you guys to indulge me and play a game with me here. And so this game would usually be played on your own individual laptops, where the instructions would be you're going to be presented with a circle, and the circle is either going to be green or it's going to be red. And if it's red, you're supposed to press the space key. And if it's green, you're supposed to do nothing. But since we don't have our own individual laptops in front of us today, we're going to play it together up here. Instead of pressing your space key, I just want you to clap if it's red, and to do nothing if it's green. And I might just ask you to do one additional thing while you're playing this game, which is to if you can, is to kind of think about how you're playing this game in relation to those around you, and think about maybe your own personality that might be related to some of those differences you see. Oops. I think I pressed the wrong button. Are you able to try again? I don't think unless there's another button. Let me try one more. Yes, please. Okay. Great. So we had some variability there. Some people were clapping when they were supposed to, and otherwise it sounded really synchronous towards the end. Almost in a creepy way. And as you might have guessed from my introduction, that game comes from one of the many game-based developments developed by Pymetrics, which is an organization we partnered with to conduct this study. And they're an organization that combines. You heard from them yesterday, but in case you were unable to make it, forget. Reminders are an organization that combines neuroscience, game-based assessments, and machine learning to help make predictive models in selection and hiring. And I just wanted to also you'll see one of their other games up here with a balloon. But the screen behind there says our team. And if you have really good eyesight, you can look closely and see that it's the IO psychology team. And so I just wanted to give a little shout out to Pymetrics that they've really spent a lot of funding and time in the last year, even just building up this IO team. So even though today I'm only highlighting on that I've been looking into with them, they have this incredible team, a lot of other research questions as well that are kind of related. So to answer this question, we looked at two samples. The first was 87 undergraduate students, and up there it says a Southeastern University. That would be mildly incorrect. It's a large Southeastern University. And the second sample was a crowd from 1,052 people from a crowdsourcing website. And for those of us that are interested, kind of in convenient samples and have some concerns. We were pretty thorough as far as kind of thinking about who we were going to maintain in the sample. And so we included things like attention checks throughout the study. We did a bot test, so I put out a math problem and only kept those that completed it, a simple math problem. And then it's a two-part study, which I'll go into on the next slide. So they had to take both parts. And then each person got their own individual completion to put in at the end of the survey. And so, as I mentioned, this was a two-part study. So each participant from both samples was first asked to either play the games, Pymetrics games, or take the personality self-report measure. And this was counterbalanced. So half of the sample was asked to play the games first. The other half was asked to take the personality test first. And then they waited a week. And then they were asked to follow up with the alternative measure. After data collection, we used correlation analysis to look at the relationship between the features measured through the Pymetrics games, and then each of the factors and subfactors, which I'll go into in the next slide, from the personality measure we used. And the criteria we used to determine whether a relationship was statistically significant or not, because of the number of features and measures we were looking at, was Bonferroni, and then we also looked for directionality across the two samples. So, as I mentioned before, the big five is the most common model of personality, and then it's hierarchically structured. So you have subfactors underneath each factor. And the way those might be defined or measured you use, and we used the international personality item pool, which is open source. And this is how they describe the hierarchy here. So you can see conscientiousness, extroversion, neuroticism, openness, and then each of their subfactors underneath. And as heard yesterday from Humro, that they're looking into kind of making game-based assessments, looking at achievement striving. You can see up here achievement striving is like a subfactor of conscientiousness. And so what we found is if you can see if the coloring works here for you. Those highlighted in orange are the factors and subfactors that we found correlated with either one or more of our game features. And then for those of you that are still on the edge of your seats from playing the game earlier, if you tended to clap when you were supposed to, we found that was correlated to your level of openness. And then if you clapped, if you made fewer misses. So meaning if you weren't the person who clapped when you were supposed to, we found that was correlated with agreeableness, and conscientiousness. And then just a fun piece of information that's not included up here, but it's just a sub-factor, was that excitability was correlated with people who were clapping when they weren't supposed to. So maybe if you're a more excitable person, that maybe you would clap a little bit quicker, or be a little bit more prone to clap when you're not supposed to. And then I promised you all for the third and final purpose for today was to convince you that partnering between partnerships between graduate students and organizations is a win-win scenario. So that's the last piece I wanted to touch on today. And it's a win. For the community. So originally I had up here the academic, but it's broader than that. So we hear a lot about the science practitioner gap or the wicked problem. And so that really being people in organizations feeling like academics might be irrelevant or out of touch. And then academics feeling like, why aren't you using best practice and all of that. And so the partnership between graduate students and organizations is nice in kind of narrowing that gap. Just even in the partnership itself, bringing organizations closer to academic institutions, even in resources and et cetera. The second win is definitely for graduate students like me. I feel extremely lucky to have been able to work with Biometrics this past year. And I highlighted earlier the team. It's been really cool to see, especially in this area with game-based assessments, see the communication between IO psychology teams and data science and product, kind of what those conversations look like. Probably really similar to the conversations that we're having at this conference. And finally, hopefully it's a win also for the organizations. In the sense that they get to have an external third party help conduct some of this meaningful research. They also come with access to journal articles and other graduate students for different contract work. And then we all get to academic conferences like this, which is just really special. So hopefully you're a little more convinced. If you weren't already. And then finally, I just want to give a thank you to a lot of my colleagues at Biometrics who made this study possible. And they're listed here in no particular order other than in order of alphabetical first name, but in no importance order. I've really enjoyed working with everyone there. And then finally, I'm happy to take questions of any kind. I can take one now, but any kind later on as well. But I also just want to put up Kelly were kind enough to put their faces up on the big screen. If you have more like Biometrics technical related questions, such as like machine learning, etc. But with that, I'll take a question. Yeah. Yeah, that's a great question. So the question for those of you in the back was whether or not we were looking at just that game that I asked you to play with the clapping, or if we were looking at a composite. And the answer is that we were looking at a composite. So we used like 12 game-based assessments, and the features measured from that. The range was so they were a little smaller. The range was from like 0.10 to higher like 0.3 low 0.3. So I should get actual numbers for you. So remind me later, and I'll try to do that. Okay, thank you.
So thank you to all of our grad student presenters. That was great. You can see a lot of diversity and perspective. I think it's always great to see kind of what the new researchers coming up, paying attention to. They're a little less set in their ways than some of us old timers. We do have 5.5 minutes for any further questions for anyone in this symposium. Lingering concerns. Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Yes. Other questions? great. So we're at time. We had another lunch. In the other room. So we have 1 hour. Please head on over for that. We'll come back here at 1:30. right, if everyone will take a seat once again. As we move into this next to last session. All to seats. Everyone's sitting. Super cool when people sit. All right. Okay. All working. So welcome back. Hope you had an enjoyable lunch. This is going to be the most unlike the others session that we'll be having. This is our research priorities and planning discussion. A major part of all NSF workshops is the goal is to actually create a path forward to try to come to shared understandings, to identify what we can come out of this as a group, as a research community. And so I have developed several specific questions that we can discuss. And the general format will be the same for each of these questions. I'm going to ask you at your own tables. And if you are, by the way, a pure education or org table, please mix up a little bit. I'm going to ask you in your individual tables to discuss some of these questions. And then after about 7 or 8 minutes of small group discussion, then I'll ask individual tables to share our broader group some of their thoughts. So we're just going to kind of repeat that process 5 or 6 times for different questions. We're going to start off with this one. We've heard some very different perspectives over these last couple of days. What has jumped out at you as important, critical, worth greater focus? You think of this interdisciplinary community surrounding game-based assessment. What should we be worrying about? What themes emerged across these perspectives? And what differences have surprised you? We all came in with our assumptions about what this conference would be. How were you challenged? And what kind of ideas popped out at you that you had not expected? So in your groups, in your individual tables that you're sitting at, again, if you want, try to come to an answer. Some of these questions, and I will revisit you in about 7-8 minutes. About one more minute, we'll go back to full room discussion. Hopefully your table has a definitive answer you all agree on. Do you have an answer for your table that you all 100% agree on? That's what you need. All right. Let's move back to our general sharing period. So we can. There we go. A little quieter. Thank you. So at this point, let's see how groups differed from one another or did not. So who would like to start? You'll start. Oh, please start. Who would like to add to that list? Or challenge anything on it? Other additions. Yeah. Other differences. Anybody want to add to the list? It's sometimes hard in our own disciplinary bubbles to realize and remember, remind ourselves how granular other fields get in understanding the details of things. The line I like to use in ISI conferences is, did you know people have PhDs in fonts? Because they do. It's a whole field. Understanding fonts and how they build them, and you'll notice there was differential laughing right there. Some that are closer to that field are like obviously they're PhD in fonts. And people who are further away, that's not so obvious. Let's go to question two. Yep. Maybe not. There it is. So there's also a science practice divide. In the org side and the ed side, this plays out in different ways. People have differential emphases, and we heard it mentioned even in question one in terms of what are we worried about in terms of measurement? What are we worried about in terms of well, if we're trying to reach kids in educational context, what are we willing to sacrifice to do that? On the org side, you have a lot of practical issues related to reaching employees. We've been, for example, in our work, we've been looking at VR, and we have to ask ourselves the question: if you gamify reality interface, these things, how are you realistically going to get someone applying for a job to get a VR headset? So these very different kind of concerns in the applied real world versus purely academic world. How can we meet these needs simultaneously? In both of these, these are shared issues and trying to balance. What research strategies, collaborations, and partnerships do you think will best meet that need? And whether that plays out in terms of working directly in the educational side, working with teachers, working school districts. On the educational side, that's working test developers and in organizations where these things will be applied. However that might play out. What do you think the best way forward is? That's our next question. Do about one more minute. One more minute. All right. Well, let's go back into big group mode. Who would like to share first? Who has the perfect answer to this question? Go. I will preview all a little bit. Upcoming question will be about the role of federal and other types of authorities and what we do. Other thoughts on this question? So I'm very curious about what parallels there are to that in the educational space. I feel like I've heard both sides of it. Certain folks saying you bring connects into classrooms so easily, and others saying well, we just go into a classroom and then they use it. So what is the educational perspective on this? I think this emerges as a very disciplinary difference. Because in organizational context, there's often a lot of overhead. We can't really just drop in and test something most of the time. It's going to require at least some kind of legal review, probably a whole team of people to convince that it's a good idea. And then there is an assumption in the organization that either you're going to help provide a way to keep that long term, or you're not going to do it in the first place. So this kind of deployment question seems quite different. Do you actually? I don't even know. Can you convince like one thing and then use that as a study context? Is that a typical kind of approach? Yeah. Do you still need individual teacher buy-in, or is it done at a higher level? Teacher buy-in. Okay. That's more similarities than I thought. Then. Yeah. So I'm. Oh yeah. Sorry. Had your hand for a while. I will tell you, I'm actually surprised there aren't like games for learning, game jams already. That is okay. All right. Okay. But probably no assessment game jams. That's what I. Okay. Any burning final comments before we go to the next question? I feel. There's someone in the back. There we go. Yes. There we go. Yes. So not to get philosophy of science, but I mean theory should really only generally refer to general understanding, shared understanding and agreement between researchers with expertise on a particular topic. I would say there's plenty of scale construction theory. There's no name scale construction theory. It's when we start going to the point of saying, well, if I can't say blank theory, then therefore it's not a meaningful question. That's a very dangerous and it's one that management has definitely fallen into. I 100% know what you're talking about. But I would push back on the idea that theory is not, because it really just refers to this idea that if I'm in a group of researchers, practitioners, and we all have expertise in game-based assessment, that there is a general shared understanding of this is the state of affairs. This is what we currently understand. This is what we currently don't understand. There's a core there that I can point to. That's what I think of this theory. As to whether or not how developed that needs to be before you go into practice, that's a different, very practical question. Is more values based, I think. Yeah. Let's move to the next question. So I mentioned that we would talk about this shortly ago. Opinions differ widely in the role of oversight and funding. Is game-based assessment unique? Do we need anything new, or is the existing kind of structures we have in the United States and elsewhere, the regulatory structures, the oversight structures, are they sufficient? What role should the government play in what we're doing? And who should guide it? Should regulating to limit harm? Promoting specific kinds of research? Should I take this back to the program officers that spend money providing saying we need game-based assessment specifically? Does it fall somewhere else? And should there be policy levers promoted through lobbying to direct attention, direct resources to this kind of thing? Where do you come down? So discuss in your groups. We'll come back with this question. One more minute. All right. So who would like to start us off discussing the correct role of government in our area? Who would like to start? Volunteers. There we go. So I'm trying to reconcile a little bit. 'Cause I've heard from a variety of presenters and also chatter regarding, for example, reliability and validity mean different things in this context. I wonder if anybody has thoughts on that in relation to this question. Oh, okay. That's fine. So I don't know if yeah. So is that path enough right now? Is everything hunky dory? We're all good. Yeah. Well, so as for some context, for those not in the org side, I think we're a lot less regulated than most people expect. There's really no legal requirement to show, for example, that a tool used for hiring is actually related to job any organizational outcome whatsoever, unless there is adverse impact on protected class membership. In which case, suddenly AERA, SIOP principles, and APA standards, a variety of documents on top of various legal uniform guidelines, that kind of thing, all suddenly come into play. So it's sort of free for all until you get sued. That tends to be the issue.
Yeah, but last year alone, CE was like $500 discrimination. So best practice if you don't.
Yeah. This is a little in the weeds. What is the statistical standard for non-inferiority? Okay. Yeah. Right. Yeah, it's kind of what I'm. If it's just like a comparison and a non-significant kind of thing. Yeah, the more. Yeah, I gotta tell you, the more I learn about medical research, just the safer I feel every day. So this is actually a little bit. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Sure. Sure. Mm, mm. So a closely related question. We're not going to break into small groups because I think we touched on it a bit. I want to know who do you wish had been here. What other disciplines? We're kind of moving around a variety of them and chatting a little bit. But just does anybody have any direct thoughts on who do you wish had been in this room? Yeah. 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 So I will say that was a major goal for me, and I found it very difficult to identify game designers that were not already embedded in a particular domain. If they didn't already have some vested interest in assessment, it was difficult to convince them to come to something like this. Mm, mm. Mm, mm. Mm, mm. Laura, you had. Mm, mm. So I don't know that I would agree necessarily getting more realistic across the board. In part, the indie movement is fueled by the fact quote unquote AAA game development has now become an astronomical thousands of person problem. And so you've seen a real surge in independent game developers putting together like very simple games, but have really clever, interesting mechanics underlying them that really draw people in. Big example is Undertale. It's a very simple game, graphically speaking, but it's extremely compelling experience because of the way that it's engineered for that experience. I think there's room for innovation even within good quality, but it requires us really understanding games and what motivates games, and then understanding where we can give freedom and flexibility to designers and developers, rather than say, well, we have a vision, go do it. I would agree with that point, but that is probably not the best path forward. Actually, the game jam idea, I'm really behind right now. Assessment game jam. Whoever knows how to make game jams, talk to me. Yeah. Last before we move forward. Great. So we only have about 5-6 minutes before our afternoon break. I'm going to skip this question, though an important one, thinking about who we're kind of underserving. I'm instead going to go to this one as a general dissemination question, which is really not just publications and presentations, but also who are we talking to and why are we talking to. I would consider this assessment game jam behind that to be part of this dissemination idea. We have a couple of options. I mean, I've already been approached by a couple of journal editors and a couple of book editors series and this kind of thing. There's many potential outlets people in this room. If that's useful, I honestly don't know. And I would like to hear your thoughts on where is the next good step. Should we talk more to each other forward? Should we reach out? Should we have game jam? Yes. What's the right response? Yeah. Yeah, we have a number of good examples. I think we have a number of good examples of that in the IO community. I know when a company comes to me and starts talking about personality testing, there's things I can just point them to. Here's an example of a well-developed test. Here's how it was developed. Here's what you need to do. Here's all the legwork. And they don't use the one I point them to, but it gives them an example to follow and lessons learned. Yeah. So very practical. This is really a very practical question. I'm literally asking you, what should I do? So Dirk Iffenthaler, I think that's how you say his name. Yes. So he has a book series. He's asked, would there want to be something coming out of this? I'm associate editor for gaming and international media simulation. They've asked about special issues, international assessment. It's asked about special issues. What should I do? What is the right path forward here? Yeah. Who is a real influencer? Oh, I see. Oh boy. Yeah. It was. thanks. Yeah, thanks. Yeah. Sure, sure. Is there generally? I won't share my opinion. People finding good outlets for this in general. Is this not a problem? Is this not a problem, or is this a problem? I see yes. I see yes. I see. Mm. Mm. Yeah, so this is a tension. Part of what I'm curious about. So there are definitely disciplinary and interdisciplinary journals. And S&G is an interdisciplinary journal. So you end up with problems in business school settings where there is a list. And if the journal you publish isn't in the list, it doesn't count for literally anything at all in career-wise. So whether those kind of outlets would be useful or not is kind of an individual person by department problem. So in terms of making the biggest impact on this community, that's why I'm asking this question. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Great. So we have a lot of interesting conversational threads. I'm gonna extend our break. We're starting a little bit late and even later. So we'll come back here at 3:45 for the closing keynote, which you've already had a little bit of a preview of. A couple comments. Head outside, have some coffee. Be back here at 1:45.
Okay. Oh, once you get me going, I can go. I see. Okay.
And I guess you'll also have the timer too.
Yeah.
People don't know that's up there.
Yeah, right. Does it count up or count down? Okay. Well, I was told 30 or 40 minutes, so I don't think I'll go. Take questions. So, see how it goes. Yeah. Cool. Thanks for everything. Oh, amazing. Yeah. Yeah, to build community, I think you can't do it all in one meeting, right? You want to, it's not unique to build communities around games or anything else, but if you want to do it, you want to be involved in it, you join something that's ongoing and you start it yourself. And I think this is a really good seed for, at least for IO, to bring in education and practitioners and so, I mean, why do you have parking lots? Because it's important for them. They wouldn't care if it wasn't.
I can give you the total time, like, for the Q&A. I can hand there. Okay.
That went right.
All right, everybody, we're gonna get started. Hi, everybody. Can all take a seat? Welcome back. So we're here for our final content session of the afternoon and of the conference. And I think this is gonna be great. This is Fred Oswald. He's a professor of industrial organizational psychology and the Herbert S. Autry Professor of Social Sciences at Rice University. Recent past president of the Society for IO Psychology, the world's largest professional organization for IO psychologists. His work deals with defining, modeling, and predicting socially relevant outcomes from psychological measures based on cognitive and motivational constructs. His expertise focuses on personnel selection, psychological measurement, and big data within organizational, educational, and military settings. Fred is a boundary spanner, interdisciplinary, not afraid to dive into the murky waters of closing out this conference. So I'm very, very thankful he's here. Please welcome Fred Oswald.
Hey. All right, thanks a lot, Richard. I really appreciate it. I hope you all agree this has been a great conference and not without a lot of work. They all, you all know Sebastian well by now, right? Have been in the trenches helping us out and to create this great event. So I feel very fortunate to be a part of it and try to disappoint everybody as I attempt to summarize all your great work. I'll do the best I can in bringing in some of your ideas, realizing I won't do justice to them, and then hopefully introduce you to one or two ideas that you can take home with you. And the discussion doesn't stop here, right? Richard has been very good about talking about community, and so I'll have some comments to that effect. All right, so I think I can grab this one. Okay, so one thing that occurs to me about game-based assessment is the wide range of possibilities. I mean, I have been involved in game-based research. The Hummer work presented here was one example. I've given advice to Aon Consulting. I've had discussions with Pymetrics. So I have some bridging into these areas where these new technologies are being developed. I'm thinking think of other companies too. But and I say whatever I know, and also say what I don't know, and try and create valuable conversations there. But you know, games obviously have a real heterogeneous sources, right? Games are not just one thing. And so I started exploring for this talk a little bit about what types of games are available, right? Obviously, we're focused on organizations and in education, but I just did some real casual browsing, perhaps on the plane here, and noticed that, you know, for example, here's a game where medical folks are actually amateurs too, can play this medical game that helps you perform emergency types of surgeries you might need en route to Mars, where you have a delay in communication to get some medical professional help. You got to figure this out, right? So here's a training module. It's a space-age word there, but a training module to learn medical procedures until you can get that communication. So pretty cool, right? Let's see. Here's one virtual reality to improve the lives of senior citizens, right? So senior citizens can engage in virtual reality and engage in perhaps conversations. Say you're lonely, I don't know, say you're lonely at the home, and you have these remote conversations with avatars. Maybe I was thinking like 3D FaceTime or something. Wouldn't that be cool? But the idea is to get some interaction or maybe get some treatment in ways that you couldn't really get perhaps traditionally or as well traditionally, which is an empirical question too. But how do you get to these resources, right? And so there seems to be some interesting promise in those interventions. So okay, yeah, more generally, depression, anxiety for helping PTSD victims, you know, playing these games that can help with mental health. So some folks talk about physical health too, that you can play these games, and it's not just about cognitive skills, but it is that. It's not just about personality, but it is that. It's also physical, mental health, and I think my next slide will cover some of these things. But the point is, there's a heterogeneous array, even if you don't subscribe to theory or constructs, there's certainly a heterogeneous array of practical application that speak to those constructs, right? And I think having that thread of thematic practical applications is as useful, maybe more useful, than a construct-based approach. So we need to be open about figuring out organizing frameworks that help our science and our practice proceed. And I'll move on from there. So, you know, some kind of the bread and butter focus purposes that we're here for, I sort of subdivided into selection and training. So selection is about looking at stable individual differences, right? I want to find the best employee, and when the applicant comes in to look for a job, you're not giving them a coin to flip to see whether they get in, right? You're trying to get at some characteristics. Or you're not trying to measure necessarily their emotion at any given moment. You're trying to get at something that is stable, that'll be relatively the same. Now, something that might be the same might be instability, right? In other words, stability in your variation in terms of emotional type things, or in terms of dynamism in your performance, right? So games allow for that kind of assessment that you don't get from paper and pencil, right? Let me immerse you in this task that is, maybe it's a realistic job task, or maybe that job requires training or is otherwise too scary. So here's a simplified task or a more fun, engaging task. But the idea is to get at your task performance, to get at the dynamics. Do you improve at the task, right? Just like in educational games. The goal is improvement, and maybe that itself is a predictor of performance on the job, adaptability on the job, whatever you want to call it. So I wanted to belabor that point to say that we're not just doing traditional. It's not like you put on a VR mask and the best test is where you walk into a room and take paper and pencil tests through VR. We're not talking about that kind of game. Right. So we can really push the boundaries and look at dynamics. Team performance would be another type of dynamic that's interesting. So cognitive ability, personality, motivation and interest, so some great interest exposure there where people can be involved in, get information they've never heard of before, and that might influence their perceptions of the job. Interest can also be a developmental tool, right, which I guess was the context here in education. A little information can go a long way, and you can give people situations and content they may have never had before, and that itself can have an influence in terms of your developmental, or in the selection case, a prediction problem. So we already mentioned changing behaviors, stable behaviors, motivation, interest, and then turning to training and development. You know, in these training and development contexts, when we think about prediction problems, it's one thing to say, well, I want to find the ideal employee 6 months from now that didn't turn over, that's engaged, is satisfied, that actually performs well, and so on. Works in teams, gets along with the manager, et cetera. Multiple criteria. It's another thing to say, well, I want you to engage in a training intervention, and it's learning, and it's actually, the criterion is encapsulated in the game itself, right? So that's what's so compelling about these educational games to some extent, is because the criterion is internal to the test, right? You're going to learn knowledge, and presumably it's not such narrow STEM knowledge, right? You don't want the game to have such limited information. They're not learning the breadth of a domain of interest, like geometry or quantum physics even, right? You want it to maybe have a leveling of accumulating effect, right? Going from basic to advanced. You might want to have this engaging feedback that you don't get through turning the pages of a book. You get real-world feedback and all those advantages in the game-like setting. But the point is that you know, if you're trying to teach domain knowledge, coding in R and Python, for example, or getting the knowledge and then actually engaging, doing code, and learning that skill, that criterion is in the game itself. Now, granted, you might follow up, right, and look at transfer training, see if it went to the job, and so on. But educational games are very compelling for the technical knowledge and also for these interpersonal skills. I love the worst interaction, awkward Annie simulation, where you choose the worst possible answer. You know, games provide environments for you to try that out, right? Safe environments. Turns out if you say horrible things to people in real life all the time, you might not fare well or even get to the airport after this event. But in a game, you can do it again and again, or whatever. You can do other things. I'll talk more about this in a minute. But the safety of the game environment is really part of the point, I think. And then intrapersonal skills, like this mental and physical health I was talking about, or learning more about STEM interests, right? That you're kind of building up yourself and learning about your environment more, whether that means regulating your emotions or increasing your knowledge. I suppose some of the knowledge stuff is also intrapersonal, but I guess I separate it because knowledge is really core to, like, you know, attaining a degree, but then there are other intrapersonal. We know about conscientiousness, time management, things like that are required, that requires some self-maintenance, emotional control, and so on. So, are we good? A lot of head nods, applause. Not yet. Okay. Flash photography. Okay. Well, let me then sort of shift gears. So there's going to be some overlap, but I wanted to cover selection and training points as one slide, and then I wanted to cover a list of kind of general attributes of games that sometimes we don't make explicit in terms of our goals. So you know, in other words, selection and training may be central goals. But there are other goals that complement it and sometimes even supersede it in the applied world. As academics, we might be thinking about the constructs, the training and the selection. But in the real world, we also have other important or even more important concerns. So I wanted to bring those up. Right. One is large-scale assessment. Right. You want to access large and diverse talent pools. For one, because it might be the right thing to do. For another, because it might be the legal thing to do. For another, because you're desperate for talent, right? You just need to get out there and find what is available. And there are probably other reasons I'm forgetting as I stand here. But the large-scale assessment is really important, right? It's not just a game for personal use. It's the impact you can have through the game. By the way, it leads to the question sometimes of who is a real applicant, right? If everyone can access the game with a low cost of admission, then you have a larger pool, right? And who's an applicant then? And you all might have better answers than me about that, but I've dealt with that in applied settings. Again, safe environment, saying the wrong thing, medical errors for surgery, right? Oops in virtual reality is okay, but oops on me is not okay. Overlearning in rare environments, right? So not only can you do the uncomfortable or unsafe thing, you can learn from that and you can repeat. You can repeat it again and again and again, right? So maybe there are, I had an applied project with a maxillofacial surgeon who had a simulation where they were doing surgeries from industrial accidents. I can't say I knew the techniques or anything. One interesting thing I learned was a mark of success for these surgeries was when surgeons didn't have to put their instruments down very often. They had very fluid motions for what they were doing. There may be reasons. Maybe it just means they knew what they were doing. But I don't know. That was one predictor in their data. But overlearning, they could treat all these injuries like again and again and again, whereas in the actual world, they may very rarely appear. But when they do, you really want to be good at it. So nuclear power plant emergencies, we don't want many of those. Rich forms of interaction, that's pretty obvious to us in terms of big data. We have rich, messy data, you could say, multi-level constructs, not just people within groups, people over time is the more obvious one, right? Time points nested within person, and we need to deal with that. And then we have multidimensionality. We might want to combine our big data measures with traditional tests, either as a benchmark comparison or as a complement to adding something new. So very complicated data. The game alone is complicated, and then you add these other things to your data set, and your headaches compound. But so do your promises. Rapid decisions, right? That's a huge one that might supersede some of the adherence to the highest levels of validity, for example, right? Which would you take? Would you take, you're an employer that needs to secure talent fast, and there's a measure of the validity of 0.4 that, it's a traditional measure, it takes 3-4 weeks to process, and many job applicants are not going to be there when you get to them. Or something with a validity of 0.2, where you can actually do something really quick and grab your talent quickly. There is no right answer to that question. I'm not saying you should always go with the 0.2 because it's faster. I'm saying that there's, in a form way, type 1 and type 2 errors, right? Selecting people that you wish you had and not selecting people that you wish you had. You have to balance that out in the context of these measures where I'm trading off validity and speed. There are other trade-offs too, but I'm pointing out a pretty good one, I think. Another thing about rapidity, that was in the selection context, that example, but another one has to do with providing feedback in real time, right? Folks talk about, y'all probably appreciate all these points in your own context, but trying to provide this overall framework. Getting that feedback in real time is super important for the advantages of games in terms of real-world interventions, right? Like somebody is not using their feedback appropriately within an intelligent tutor that's tied to an electronic textbook or something like that. Well, it's one thing to learn about it after you make a bad grade on your exam, 3 weeks later. It's another thing to get that feedback right away and to do something about it, right? And sometimes it may just be really simple, yet only something the game can afford you, right? Like what if you have eye tracking and something about mind wandering and you have an alert like, hey, you need to take a break, or maybe you should look over here and this will be able to give you more variety and keep you more engaged. I'm making that up, but I'm just saying you could have real-world interventions that then improve the attention, the self-management in terms of attention and engagement as you acquire knowledge. So that real-time intervention is really an advantage, is really an asset. And then hopefully enhanced prediction in some cases, right? We're not just dealing with massive amounts of data, rich data, all the features I've listed. We also couple this with sophisticated algorithms. Sometimes it's because we just can't do traditional analyses. You can't invert the matrix in a regression when you have more variables than you have people, right? But you can when you introduce bias in the regression with elastic net, and you can do it with random forests, et cetera, right? And so some of it is just practical. I got to get this to go. Another part of it is, well, maybe I will get extra prediction if I use random forests and tenfold cross-validation and so on, or ensemble modeling. I could write all stuff, right? We can write all stuff. So that's a hope as well, right? So all of these things, I think, are they're selling points in one aspect from maybe a client side. They're also promise sides for our science. They're the assets that we can add when we are trying to understand phenomena, enhance validity, and actually have our science translated into the real world where fast decisions have to be made, which itself is a research question too. You could figure out how, when you have to make fast decisions, what options are you weighing in terms of the scores? Or maybe there's AI for that, a game for that. But that's for another day. I wanted to talk about engagement because that's a big term that gets used in terms of what games are, right? Games are engaging. And so what does that particularly mean to people? And I just want to reiterate maybe what you already know, but to say that sometimes engagement means increase the volume of people who decide to play, right? So more people test the things you avoided when you were in school. And when you avoided school, you went home to do what? Play a game, right? So games are engaging, and people can be attracted to it. And you can attract potential applicants through games that you wouldn't get through saying, here's an SAT-like test that's paper and pencil, fill us out and mail it in, right? Fewer people might do that. Depends on the job, I guess. But that's one idea of engagement, is increasing the volume of people. Another type of so games, neuroscience offers sophistication and science, right? So there's some attractiveness that is drawing people in higher volumes. And the sophistication in science, the neuroscience, that might be more on the client side than the game player side, right? Saying, look, there's some theory or thinking tied to this that maybe is coupled with the measures or shows promise in that coupling, and that can be a draw. I think we have to be careful because we need to look carefully about what we are selling, what the research says that justifies that claim, right? We say that's true before games, so that's true for traditional tests. But you can't offer sophisticated games on the one hand and divorce yourself from the science, but then say that your games are science-based. So I think that's that involves a continued conversation between science and practice that I do, that lots of us do every day, that I do as an organizational psychologist. All right. Engagement does have a self-selection effect. We have to be careful. Right? I know that certain types of games attract certain types of people. And you all, I see some head nods, I think you all probably know better than me about that. But I think about it as a selection researcher because I know that correlations then don't exist in a vacuum. I have to think about what is the population of applicants of interest that I want to generalize my empirical results to, right? And some we have some statistical corrections for range restriction when we know that the population the sample is representative of the population. It may not be a random sample, but when you look at the sample and you say, well, I want a population that looks like that, then you're safe. But if you, as soon as you say, I want a population that looks like something else, then all bets, well, not all bets, but a lot of bets can be off until you get that sample. So self-selection, then you should always be sensitized to that. Engagement then, there's the other notion of increasing the player's persistence within a game, right? There was some mention during the event here about motivation, right? So games can be capturing cognitive ability, but also might be capturing motivational components, right? Persistence. Some of these deliberate games, the game project I was involved with Humro involved, can we get folks who are persistent or attending to details or meet goals, right? And that's a type, those are types of engagement that we were trying to get at. But there's also engagement due to some of the features Richard mentioned at the beginning of this conference about like design features, right? If you can get people interested in the graphics, or you can suspend disbelief and get them into fantasy, or get them into the fellowship notion where they're interacting with others, that obviously can be very engaging. I like having a walking partner on campus because if he goes, then I go, right? And that kind of thing can keep your engagement high. Okay, so yeah, I already mentioned this. You know, if they're engaged, you're going to get more data. So that's the selfish notion. You want more data usually. Okay, models and algorithms. Sophisticated models and algorithms. So in traditional modeling of reliability, we might have something that looks like this. Okay, so what I'm showing you here is even this is simplified. You can do other things. Richard showed correlated errors, for example, when they're needed. But this is an exploratory factor analysis where the factors are uncorrelated. So when you hear about people doing Varimax rotation with factor analysis, they're keeping the factors orthogonal. They're not doing it because they're orthogonal in nature. They're doing it because you don't have to then go through interpretational difficulties that, without going on about it, are similar to interpreting regression weights when the predictors are correlated. Right? If you keep them uncorrelated, then you get interpretational gains, even though we know reality is not completely uncorrelated. No model is perfect, and we'll just go with this is kind of the notion. As long as we can capture reasonable variance in the data and get interpretability and so on. And so ideally, I don't know if there's a laser here. Yeah, hey, nice. Of course, this is a tech conference. You know, ideally our secondary loadings are lower than our primary loadings, right? Our primary loadings are then saying, oh, these indicators belong to a particular construct, and then we have interpretability because of that marriage between the items and the construct, right? But the more items become unfaithful and belong to more than one construct, then we have complications, right? And then, you know, what if you have uniquenesses to items that don't belong to any factor that are down here, and it's called error. But not necessarily error, because what if these things actually predict outcomes in the big data world? That might be good, it might be bad, right? It might be good if it's like, here's conscientiousness, here's an item that says I like to go to meetings, and there's some aspect that's not conscientiousness about going to meetings that predicts going to meetings. Right? And so that prediction might actually stand out in the big data notion, and yet doesn't belong to traditional constructs, offers added validity, and so on. But that's good. But what if this item had to do with you know, interviewing for conscientiousness, and you have a factor and here are a bunch of responses to interview questions, and the unique aspect of the question is whether your supervisor likes you or not. And turns out if your supervisor likes you, you do better on the performance outcome. Now you have a high correlation, but not for a reason that you like, right? And by the way, that would be called algorithmic bias, but it's not in the traditional sense we see, you know, when we talk about race and gender differences and so on. You can cast the net of algorithmic bias larger to say it deals with irrelevant covariance. And we've been dealing with that as researchers for a long time. We talk about the supervisor liking effect or something. Covariance that we don't want so that we can get at why we really want to select successful employees or successful students, or how we really want to train you, et cetera, meeting our goals and not having these contaminants, right? So we have measurement and design principles to help us get through some of the weeds of that. And I'll be talking about that in maybe on the next slide. I'll surprise myself if we get there. Oh, no, okay, we got to talk about, we got to contrast this. This is complicated enough, but now we can talk about random forests, right? We can talk about these weak predictive models that when they're average create a strong prediction, right? And seem to do pretty well, as we saw in results that were presented at this event. We gain potentially in terms of predictability, but we lose something in terms of transparency. Right? We're not sure why it predicts, we know that it predicts. And sometimes that's okay, right? You're trying to recognize images in a scene. You don't care why. There are no ethics to winning chess, I don't think, either win or lose, or Jeopardy, right? And we view winning as a real success in those closed environments. When we get to more open environments in education and jobs, that's where the challenges begin. We need to get some interpretability and tease some things apart, whether that's the legal domain or educators, policymakers, or job applicants themselves, right? That's where ethics comes in, around the transparency and science and so on. I'll talk about that later. Or deep neural, deep learning here, right? We have prediction, we're not sure why. There's no rules necessarily for how many nodes you have, how many layers you have, how does back propagation work and all that stuff, right? It truly is a black box. And when we get prediction, we get the what without the why. And so why models can be a baseline, perhaps. We go back here, and this is more of a why model. I'm not saying it's perfect, right? Like I said, orthogonal factors, not perfect. None of this is perfect. And I didn't even model time here, right? So there's multi-level factor models and extensions. But if we can impose meaning here and understand source of method variance, maybe we get at some meaning we don't get through higher sophistication in our modeling. Maybe. Again, empirical. Show me some differences after my talk. And with regard to big data and neural nets and AI and so on, we do have some issues that are coming out of the woodwork about replication crises, right? That there are decision points that have to be made in AI modeling that have to be made in any other type of modeling we do, in traditional modeling and advanced modeling. You can do things one way or you do things another. I mentioned Varimax rotation. Well, there's Promax rotation, right? There are choices you make. You can do principal axis. You can do maximum likelihood. You can do Abelman. So similarly here, you support vector machines, neural nets, random forests. The ensembles does. And there's no particular rule for what to do necessarily. And so you're kind of in a garden of 14 paths, right? You have to make a decision. You wonder what you would have done if you had gone the other path. This isn't a bad thing. This is called life. And we need to just document that, be transparent about it to the extent we can, at least in a scientific framework, and go from there and figure out. The more we share, the more we can understand how these things work and make some advances, at least externally sharing as a community. Maybe internally you have enough force to explore. But I'm making the point we need to explore, and it's coming out more in terms of advertising this. The replicability of these approaches is under question. Okay. So I'm going to risk a little bit of institutional self-promotion, just only a slight bit. I know that hadn't been done here at this event. And so I just want to say that there's a conference that we're putting together called Computational Psychometrics. It's being funded by Army Research Institute in tandem with Rice. And you give it a fancy name so you can get some grant money. But the idea behind it is how do we do measurement with big data? How can we extract meaning? And what does meaning mean in the sense of there have been some great ideas brought up here that fights against traditional modeling, saying, well, what if we model dynamic systems, right? Maybe physics and engineering is needed to understand that. Maybe the parameters of dynamic flow can be used, maybe in the best world of great data for people, to predict success. Maybe. Sounds good. And so how can we extract meaning out of our temporal, messy, multi-level data? Given the particular game, given the particular goals. There's so many things to think about, right? We're going to explore multiple methods then for establishing constant relevance versus that broad notion of algorithmic bias that I already mentioned. So I listed a few things. I guess one thing I'll point out here is I like making this distinction between incidental data, which is bottom-up and unstructured. It's there in the data set because it's there in the data set. With regard to games, you might have lots of things that are time-stamped. You've got mouse-click data. You didn't necessarily want it, but you have it, and you can use it in predictive modeling, right? So there are lots of things that just happen to be in the data set. How close were you to your teammates, or which room were you in? And some of that is not theoretical, air quotes. It's just there, and sometimes it's predictive and sometimes it's not. Contrast that with intentional data, right? You have top-down, sort of like our traditional items in our Likert scales, right? There's very much a structure there. You've used factor analysis actually to weed out bad items, bad, and I'll put in quotes, I guess, and get at the construct relevant items. And same thing for games. Games go through iterations, right, to get at the better structure. Maybe it's the, as Richard mentioned early on, the design of the game really matters, right? The environment. It goes through lots of testing to make sure, for given the goals at hand, that the rules are kind of right. You know, once you set the structure, you do have some individual variation then where you collect your data, right? It's kind of like the highway system, right? The highways have a very determined paths, right? The concrete is laid. You can make any decision you want about that. Sometimes there's city planning, sometimes you live in Houston, and you do what you can with the roads. And once you're on the road, you have individual differences within that structure. Right? So structure matters, and it sort of interacts then with your individual decisions on the road or on the game. And so I want to make that distinction then between the design purpose and top-down and the incidental data that might arise that still might be useful, give you inductive surprises. You get surprises out of your algorithms in combination with that data. We need to figure out when we need those complexities and when we don't. Right? Constructs help us in that way. You know, I mentioned some method biases. There are many others. You know, experience with video games can matter, right? Every study I've done where I've used, what is it, Babbler's measure? There's a measure of video game experience where variance is almost always accounted for in a model that where you get self-report video game experience, right? So that might be something we need to consider in light of these complex models. We have a new form of Dust Bowl empiricism with big data and games in particular, and that's a Dust Bowl on the left there, compliments of my search engine. The reason why I bring it up is we have a different form of Dust Bowl empiricism than we had in the past. So we're here at the University of Minnesota, where the MMPI was developed, and there was a Dust Bowl empiricism there where you found items that were predictive of clinical outcomes, but sometimes it didn't hold up, it didn't cross-validate in a sense because the samples were small. Now, when we have robustness in prediction, we do k-fold cross-validation on fancy methods. We do have prediction that works where we're not sure why, and it's robust. That's a different form of Dust Bowl, right? Sometimes we don't care. We just say, look, there's your prediction, right? Other times we might say, well, I want to at least try and figure out why. What are the components of prediction here? So it's a new form of Dust Bowl. And I have Occam's razor there on the right there. Like Sydney took some wind out of my sails there, but Occam there is saying that the quadruple blade razor is too complicated and to go simpler. So as a scientist, but even in practice, when you want to explain to clients how your methods work, you look at Occam's razor and appeal to the simplest explanation without getting too simple, right? Occam is that balance. It doesn't mean, parsimony doesn't mean the simplest possible explanation. It means the simplest explanation that accounts for the phenomena at hand. And so the point of advanced measurement through games is to push forward on complexity, right? I'm not saying we shouldn't have complexity. I'm saying complexity that we understand at some level is really important because we might be hiding things otherwise that we don't understand that are problematic. So we just need to keep pushing on understanding the Dust Bowl. We've gotten rid of sampling error variance to some extent, right? The old school Dust Bowl. Now we're in this new Dust Bowl where we have robust nuances. We need to figure those out. And we need to compare, at least from a science point of view, our advanced methods with games with more traditional measurement to see. You could use a validity baseline, you could use a lot of conceptual comparisons as well to do that, but that's sort of in the service of Occam as well. And I appreciate the non-inferiority point that, what gets me interested and involved in games and in advanced measurement is that we are doing no harm and we are hoping for better and finding better sometimes, right? So we need to keep pushing the envelope. We can't just stop. It's not going to stop. That's the reality. It's not going to stop. So we need to keep engaging and keep improving. Okay. So here's a graph that has been cited a bunch of times outside my community, but Google Scholar says it's been cited a whole lot. And this is where data gets transformed through a process to give you a perfect Dorito of knowledge at the end. And I know we're going to eat dinner after this, so I got the Pavlov effect here. The point of my using this graph is to get to add an arrow. I spent about 3 weeks in PowerPoint to get this, but I got it right. I got the curve exactly right. And really the point is this is iterative. That we know games are iterative, but the prediction not only informs our select the best employee applied outcome, it also informs the next iteration of your technologies, right? So when you see, let's say you see some nuance in big data, and the signal rises above the noise enough, right? And you see it, and you can interpret it and figure out what it is. Maybe you can amplify that signal. That's where that arrow comes in. You can say that's really meaningful. Maybe I need to develop more game-like behavior that will magnify the interpersonal interaction or whatever it is that predicts an outcome. I didn't have much of it before, didn't really think about it, but it came out empirically, and so bottom up, I'm going to amplify that signal. We do that in traditional models, by the way. When we don't have enough items on a factor, we say, look, we may need more to get higher signal. That's what reliability is, it's signal. Reliability, we had to say that reliability didn't matter, and there was important context then that followed, which was, alpha doesn't always matter. I totally agree with that, right? There are so many different forms of reliability. Even in traditional models, we just report alpha like religion. We don't think about other forms that we might need. Maybe not for a particular study, because we don't have it, like test, retest, or alternate forms. But we do need it when we want to understand what we're measuring in the broader context, looking across studies. And we need that big data context, right? You can ask questions then, right? You can say, if I amplified the signal, did it really amplify what I was hoping for? I think interpersonal skills is predicting an outcome. I amplify the signal. Does my prediction get better because I have a stronger signal? Right? You get to ask that question. All right, and so I hope then that we get to iterate then, but we don't necessarily abandon structured models. Not necessarily like ones we have in psychology in the upper left, but the point is, a model-based approach is one where it's more top-down, and you are trying to get some interpretability out of a structure. So for folks in the big data world, like regularized regression from ElasticNet or lassos like that, right? Your coefficients tell you something. Or in our traditional models, regression or structural equation modeling, et cetera, they're supposed to tell you something, right, top down. But we can iterate between our more complex models in the bottom right, potentially, to help build our top-down models. We can have, it's both and, it's not either or. And we can still have our random forest, right? We may not, sometimes we may not have the why, we have the what. We can have both. And we should have both, and we can iterate on that as we build our measures. I'm not talking about iteration just like an empirical, like expectation maximization iteration. I'm talking about like a gradient descent iteration. I'm talking about conceptual iteration too between approaches. All right. Take a sip of water while you stare at the table of contents here. I want to remind ourselves, folks who've been exposed to this, and I want to introduce this to folks who have not, that in the psychological and educational literature, we have developed a set of standards for educational psychological testing that has been developed over the course of literally decades, and has been shaped by hard lessons about measured development in the real world. So not measured development in the ivory tower, measured development in the real world. And what considerations come into play when you have to develop measures with the sort of integrity that you hope for, I think, when you're selling measures, right? To meet goals out in the real world that you care about, like developing successful students and employees, like selecting ideal employees, and so on. And so these lessons, I would argue, many of them, maybe all of them, don't go away when the method of measurement changes. They may be the letter of the law might change a little differently in terms of modeling reliability and validity, but the spirit of it does not change, right? Validity, for example, might be a correlation coefficient in the traditional mode between X and Y, right? Like bivariate, simple, that's validity. In a more complex form of validity, you might take the predicted scores out of the random forest, which has umpteen features, which is predictors, right? And correlate the predicted score with the actual score, right? That's validity as well. So in other words, validity doesn't change, the way you calculate it changes, but the spirit is the same. Can I recover my predicted scores in ways that assist me then in making good decisions? All right. So I won't go through all these, that's probably a relief, but just to say that reliability and validity really matter. You know, how you design the test, its development matters. You need it to be as accessible as possible. You want it to be relevant, right? You don't want it to be as contaminated. You don't want it to contain things that don't matter, like, games might have a cognitive complexity level that's much higher than the job that's being hired for, right? You wouldn't necessarily want that. And so you might redesign the game to get rid of that contaminating effect. You also don't want measures to be deficient. Deficiency is really hard to figure out sometimes because it's not on the page, it's not in the game. Deficiency is the thing you don't have, right? So there's monitoring of that. So you have to understand the occupation or the educational setting that you're trying to reach through your technologies. Do a job analysis or understand the student, the knowledge and skills that are required, and then map what's being measured to those requirements as best you can. Only then can you really understand how the two link up, where your questions are, what needs to be revised, where you know there are issues, and move forward that way. It turns out test users have rights and responsibilities. So there are ethical issues with games, right? Play this game online and give us your email address. And, how far can your data be shared, right? So the APA, the American Psychological Association, the American Educational Research Association, they have ideas about that predate big data, but they worry about privacy in educational, employment, clinical contexts. Okay. PSYOP, boy, you could squint and read that, but I gave you a link here, tinyurl.com/PSYOP-standards-fits if you want to go to it. But these are a set of rules that are really similar to the general rules from APA, but they pertain to employment testing. And even if your domain is not employment testing, I would recommend you give this a read. And I didn't give a website for this one because it's not free. But the PSYOP principles are free through APA. So you could get on there and check that out. And I think appreciate the work, the thought that really went into these standards. I mean, these were, people are wringing their hands, committees, of which I was a part, wringing their hands over every word to make sure that they're not perfect, but they're biblical or anything like that. But they are really thought through in terms of how to pitch the issues given a variety of legitimate concerns. So they're not meant to be definitive for you in your context necessarily. Sometimes they're just like a grocery list, like just things that, if you read it, you say, oh, that's obvious, but maybe they didn't put it in practice, right? So you have to remember, like I carry a grocery list so I don't forget the guacamole, right? Even though, if you told me, you'd be like, yeah, of course I'm going to get guacamole at the store. So we need to have lists, in other words. Even experts have to have lists. And these are an important set of lists in the selection context that I think you would find relevance in almost any context for a lot of these points. Now let's turn to fairness. And I want to ask a silly, not silly question, which is consider the coin flip, right? The coin flip does not discriminate by gender, by race, etc. Right? The coin flip is affordable. The coin flip is I guess a baseline you could talk about for employing people. It's not illegal, as folks said before, because it doesn't discriminate, right? It's probably not what organizations want when they're doing hiring, but it is fair. And so I guess, my point would really be to insert multiple columns, not to compare a game against a coin flip necessarily, except that's sort of the shocking baseline, is that a coin is fully fair. Compare it against other measures that are being used in employment context to see how fair those measures are, and compare that to yours. But also look at the other rows, right? Coin flips are fair, okay, is my idea fair, but reliability and validity, right? A coin flip is definitely not reliable, and it's not valid, right? Other measures are reliable and valid by certain standards. And by the way, these are blanket terms, right? You have to lay out carefully what reliability means. We've already talked about that with messy data and big data. There's different ways to approach reliability. There are different ways to approach validity. I'll talk about that in a minute. Maybe at the end. Yeah, toward the end here. We're going to keep, so what are we going to do in the future as we keep going with game-based assessment? We're not just going to say a game works, right? That's a generic statement. To say it works, the devil is really in the details, right? You have to get in the weeds to say how it works. Anybody who's reading information about results, whether it's academic results or results from practice, they're always trying to make a judgment between those results and whether those results will apply to them, right? It's called generalizability. And they're trying to make bridges, conceptual ones, between what they see and what they might get in their organization. Sometimes you can assist them with that by describing those bridges to your client. Sometimes you can marshal other evidence, right, through, not just through your game, but through meta-analytic evidence. The OFCCP, which Kelly Turner mentioned, had just put out some guidelines that give greater recognition to practical significance of hiring rates, hiring disparities. Also gives more information about meta-analysis and saying that you can accumulate evidence from other settings and try to make the case for generalizability to your setting, right? But meta-analyses often don't have game data, right? So if you're saying, well, this meta-analysis is measuring cognitive ability and personality, teamwork, and our game does that, how are you going to make that bridge to make that argument, right? Really, I think the OFCCP would say, you've got to validate games in local settings until evidence accumulates. Still keep an eye on meta-analysis, though, because maybe you can make those bridges and maybe more game data will be built in. But as long as we're talking about that, the OFCCP issue in our prior conversations, I wanted to raise that. So we need to really dig into the nature of games and not just saying a game works or a company works or an algorithm works. All these things work in combination. And we need to think about the pipeline here. We're dealing with complex problems, right, in organizations and education. We have to, most of us, have to depend on each other to get those problems solved. We can't do it on our own, even if we wanted to. So let's try to have fun together if we have to work together, right? And address different parts of this problem. And I'm not saying this is the exact pipeline, but even if this is a rough approximation, we're dealing with constructs in the loosest sense. What are we trying to measure, right? Measures, then we actually try to measure it, right? Anyone designing a game is doing this. They're like, what are we trying to measure? Let's try to measure it. Then let's make decisions from the scores from games, right? Whatever your context is, or context plural is more likely, right? You need every applied setting has a different decision-making context. Then you have outcomes where you're going to evaluate those decisions, right? One way or another, hopefully. A lot of times, though, people say, well, my job is mostly measures, right? Is to get this done. I've got to deliver, right? I can say this is measuring a construct. You decide on the decisions and evaluating outcomes. And that's cool, that's might be reality, but how do we join people together to get, the stronger we make that system, the more you can justify implementation and use of your measure. You can become an integral part for organizations, not just a cog, right? By being able to understand the latter part of that pipeline, the decisions and the outcomes. We need to work harder. This isn't just games. This is the world. We need to work harder on what our goals and criteria are. Did I not close the parentheses? So we need to think about goals and criteria. What is a successful employee or student? I've read plenty of things that say we select successful employees. Well, what does that mean? I mean, hopefully to a client it means, well, it does it all, right? You've got a great team worker, they're great at the task, anything you throw them, they'll do and do faster than you could imagine. They're going to be engaged, and they're not going to leave your firm ever, right? Well, let's look at that more carefully, right? If you look at it more carefully, then you have multiple criteria. How are you going to optimize multiple criteria with your random forest in your game? And when? Like, you want a good performer when? At 3 months? At 6 months? Right out the door? They're going to get training from you. Do you really want to measure it right out the door? You probably want to wait. So you have to think about those multiple criteria. How are you going to do measurement there? And I think that a lot of advances can be made on the organization side for people selling criteria measurement tools for organizations. Maybe those involve games. I don't know. But I think a lot of times what hampers the data for the usefulness of any tool, games or traditional tests, is the fact that our criteria aren't so great. Imagine the 6-month performance review, right? The supervisor is eating a tuna sandwich during lunch hour, has to rate 30 employees on 15 dimensions. They click through. How good are those data? Right? Despite your best intentions for dimensionality, despite the fact your research sample showed dimensionality, you're not going to get it out of that scenario. So you want to get good dimensions, you want to get good measurement, you want to define success in ways that you hope for. You're not going to cover the entire ground of those criteria, but hopefully you get it more than one. And if you do have multiple criteria, these algorithms, maybe they give managers not the answer for the ideal employee, but what's called like a decision-making frontier. So let's say that turnover and performance were somehow inversely related. If you're too good in the organization, you're a talent, you're going to get picked up and snapped up somewhere else. Let's say there's that sort of antagonistic trade-off. You want turnover to be low, but if they're good, they're going to leave. And you want good employees. So what do you do? Well, you tell the manager, you say, look, here's what your expected return is in terms of performance and turnover. You decide where you want to do the cutoff, and here are algorithms that give you the best way to make those decisions, given the data. I think that's an important kind of extension of simple prediction that we need to push on. I already mentioned this, basically, that training often matters on the job, and certainly in school training matters, right? Training, the college is a crucible for training, or technical training is a crucible, and contributes to outcomes. So how do games fit into a larger model where knowledge acquisition, skill acquisition, then leads to performance when you're trained on the job? I think that's really important when you're trying to say games is effective outside of the game itself. I'm going to go through these fairly quickly here. We talked about community already. These slides will be available later, but I make some points about the need to build community, the need to mentor others. We can't do this ourselves. I think that's so important. It's also can be fun, right? You make friends, you see others' talents, and they see yours, etc. Given these big problems, we really need all that diverse talent. So that's super, super important. Share our innovative research tools to make ourselves better. I do realize that there are proprietary issues, lawyers, and profits, but you can compete on your science as a differentiator. You can make headway as a thought leader to the extent you're sharing your findings for the community, right? So it is a balancing act, and there are various pressures I realize and don't realize that makes knowledge get shared or hidden. Hopefully over time, though, we're all improving ourselves. And I think we need to push. If you want to differentiate yourself, I think in this area now, you need to provide more evidence for reliability, validity, and fairness in the more kind of nuanced ways I described, perhaps. But that's going to be really important just for the competitiveness of games in the market, let alone a scientific kind of ideal. Stakeholders are going to hopefully demand it. I work with folks who are, surveying products, and they'll say, "Oh, well, what should I do?" And I say, "Look, here's what I think. You should ask for X, Y, and Z for what it's worth." They have other considerations they didn't ask me about, but I'll give some advice. I look at the triumvirate of reliability, validity, and fairness as information that is really important on all the fronts listed there. All right, so that's it. That's good because my voice is going. And thanks for listening. I hope some of this was helpful to you. I really enjoyed this event. And appreciate this support from the NSF and the University of Minnesota, Richard Landers, and Sebastian. You guys have done amazing work, start to almost finish. So I think we all deserve you all deserve a round of applause. So. Yeah. Questions? Yeah, take questions. All right, water time. Anything? Was it all right? Okay, good. I'm happy to talk outside of this, talk shop anytime. F. Oswald at Rice. I had a student only recently called me Professor Foswald. Maybe didn't know me that well in class. This happened once before, too, about 15 years ago. Okay, well, we'll keep in touch. Thanks a lot.
Well, we made it. I made it. So we're at the final 10 minutes or so. I want to first take an opportunity if there are any unresolved anything that anybody would like to chat about before I give kind of final notes and a final close. Everybody just ready to get out? Is that where we are right now? Yes. All right. So thank you all for coming. I think this has been great. I've had a couple of questions. The dreaded question of will you be doing this again? I will. I don't know. So I would like to find a way to do something like this again. I don't think I'll be quite as hands-on in that version of this, but I would like to continue this as a community to keep this going. So in the interest of that, and also in the interest of trying to find exactly what the immediate follow-up will be in line with the conversations we had earlier, related to various publications and getting-togethers and game jams, definitely happening. There will be a survey that goes out asking for your specific opinion on a variety of issues, as well as whether you'd like to contribute to these kinds of things, just so we can get a good sense of critical mass. But that's basically it. As a little bit of last-minute housekeeping, if you are on one of our grad students that's funded to be here, or one of our presenters, please make sure that you have been collecting PDFs of all the various documentation that you need to submit in order to get reimbursed. And for everyone else, thank you so much for coming. I think it's been a really great couple days. And that's it. So, bon voyage.